my part. I'm doing 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 my part.
Hello. Hi everyone, I hope you're having a good start to your day, whatever you've done, or end to your day, because that's also a possibility, I suppose. I feel like I haven't done a little morning stream in a while, but that's because I slept in last time it was a morning stream, so it feels different. Howdy, howdy. Good morning, Claus. How are you today? Oopsies, nice mum. Hi, Unreal. Hi, Joko. It's good to have everyone here. Hello, hello. I'm still waking up, so I'm nice and chill this morning, I suppose. However, I'll give a little bit of a heads up on what's going on today. So, we've been trying a new little segment called Topical Tuesday. And I do remember all of the jokes about applying it to the skin and whatnot. That was very funny. It stuck with me all week. Miss Entine is cute. Wait, morning stream or morning stream? Ooh. Let me think about if there's anything that I could be mourning my youth, perhaps. That could be a possibility. No, I'm not old enough to mourn my youth, I think. So I will stick with MOR, but you know, good spelling already. Well done. Good morning. I need your help. Is this related to the message that you sent me? Because I can't help you if that's the case. Liam, hello. I had a good morning stream. I'm glad to hear it. Unlike C Mama, who's pooing a dart. Troy and Abed in the morning, or are in morning. Oh, poor things. Yeah, that was my bad. I was singing the song immediately. Troy and Abed are in morning. That's very good. That's clever. Jesus loves me, thank goodness. At least someone does. Hello, hi everyone. But yeah, I thought I'll give a little heads up on what's going on today. Basically, it was inspired by the game that just came out called Mixtape. If you haven't heard about it, well, we're gonna be talking about it today. Hey, Delta, good to see you. What's your channel about? We just like to chat about various things. Today, in particular, we're gonna be talking about Mixtape. It's me, AI Slop. Do you know the thing is that I have considered this thing of being accused of being AI every single stream. But the funny thing that I have is when it's called AI Slop from a first time chatter who hasn't been here long enough to discern whether or not it's slop. Like, what, you know what I mean? It's one thing to be like, is this real, for example, or this is just AI. Don't believe people. It's just AI. But to be able to make such a quick judgment call on whether it's slop is hilarious. And then two, the fact that people use their free will to bother commenting. Anyway, I guess everyone spends their own time doing whatever they want. The name alone sounds interesting. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that you're curious about it, because I think that there's been some, I don't think I'm gonna be facetious about it, but anyway, we will save it for when we're ready. You still with Brian? Yeah, we're still with Brian even today. Yes, there's nothing that is more AI slop than someone who repeats themselves rather than actually listen to the conversation and engage. Just consider that. The fact that you copy pasted your exact same message instead of actually listening. Yes, I am AI indeed. Hi, Reagan. Hi, Candy. Hi, Revogator. Free will? Ooh, do we have a non-free will believer? Because in that case, I'm not going to argue with you. How are you? You're connected. You are to holding or two fingers up with you talk. All these things. Morning, Grady. Hello, hello. Hi, Valero. How you going? Slop it up, slop goblins. That is such an awful phrase. I hate that. I am currently in the UK, in answer to your question, Wheel, but I'm not from here. I'm from New Zealand. Thoughts on axolotl? I think they're pretty cute. I think they're pretty weird as well. They're kind of like freaks of nature, but it makes sense when when you think about it that they're freaks of nature coming from, is it South America? They're just kind of funky down there, you know. For some reason, Godot. I'm not familiar with what Godot is, admittedly, pet. But I can understand your frustration, and I am sorry that it is so frustrating when it should be super easy. It is Bulbasaur, exactly. A little too beautiful to be AI. Thank you. I feel like that goes against the stereotype that the AI is meant to be the perfect. Anyway, I'll just say thank
I'm doing
you.
my part.
Fish and chips, exactly. I don't really have a strong Kiwi accent, but I can say fish and chips if that is something that you'd prefer to hear, you know. Hi Rit, welcome on back. No, I don't think we know this one. We can look it up though. Hi Sahid. Hi Linux. Yeah, you prove you're not AI. That's the one. Like, how does? I guess that is the question, Nathan. How do you want one to prove they're not AI? The only, and let me put it this way: the only way to
I'm doing my part.
truly prove AI is in the eye of the beholder. So whatever I do, it is only up to you to decide whether I'm AI or not. I can't make that choice for you. I can hold fingers in front of my head. I can try and, you know, debate until the cows come home. And then cows start walking across the screen. It's, oh, thank goodness I don't have to debate anymore. But if you think it's AI, there's nothing that I can do to convince you otherwise, you know. Hi, Brower. We're going to be talking about nostalgia today. That means you have imperfections making you just perfect, but you smell bad. Well, good thing we haven't invented that on the smell-o-vision yet. Isn't coffee amazing? Coffee is amazing. I do like coffee, but this is actually a cup of tea. I'm from New Zealand. Hi, Cody Cameron. Save me. I want to stop the world and get off right now. Well, if you stop the world in its orbit, we'd probably all die. But I guess if you want to take everyone with you, then do I really want to help? Do I really want to help with that? Have, have you heard of a company in Switzerland? No, never mind. Just an overlay of cows, exactly right. Exactly. You look like a past girlfriend of mine. Okay. What would you like me to do with that information? Let me know. Hi, Nicholas. Kind of British accent. Yeah, it's just slightly there, but I'm not British. My best friends are Palestinian Christian. Sorry, I'm sure that's meant to me. And that's right. Yes, I remember you were saying about the high Christian population in the Arabs in America. News to me. You are not AI. AI can't say my name right. Well, I also just said name white instead of name right. So I don't know if that shows I am AI or if I am human that I make mistakes. Yeah, eye of the beer holder. That's the one. I like that. Oh, it is AI. Frick. Oh, just as I got Nicholas on my side, damn it. Oh, you reckon Stranger Things is high for the nostalgia? Yeah, it's pretty bad, hey. What does it mean that I don't care if you're AI or not? Ooh, honestly, Autoloon, I have maybe a hot take on that. I think that you don't care because you know I'm not AI. Whereas I think there's something there. I have to formulate my thoughts. I have to do my thinking for the AI first. I feel like because you know I'm not AI, it doesn't matter. However, if you were to find out that I am AI, maybe you'd be so like you've returned a couple times, so then it wouldn't matter by then. However, I guess the question would be if you knew that one was AI from the get-go, would you continue to watch? Maybe if it was entertaining enough? I don't know. Those are my immediate thoughts. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just giving opinions on you. Someone said destruction is beginning of creation. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people who think this. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily one of them, but it can certainly be cathartic. I'm stumbling on my words today. My friend told me that love is in the eye of the beholder, and I told him I'm glad you beholden all the fat ones. I don't really know what you mean by that, admittedly, but nonetheless.
I'm doing my part.
You try Indian coffee chai. So I don't know if this is going to be complete blasphemy, but they call it a dirty chai, where basically you have chai and then an espresso shot. I have tried it, but it's not for me. I either have chai or coffee rather than both. You have pretty cute eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Jumboy. Good to see you again. Swiss AI, that's nice. I said hello, what the fuck? Dreamer Ron, what the fuck? You couldn't wait for me to say hi to you? You couldn't see that I was talking about other people's messages? You had to say, I said hello, what the fuck, immediately? Hi. Hi, Dreamer Ron. Is that better? Are you glad that I gave you attention? Is that... Is that the attention that you wanted? Well, hello there. Welcome on in. Okay. You know, we caught up. We caught up eventually. Chai is nice. Chai is very nice. Anyway, hi guys. You might realize that I have a little bit of a short fuse today. Hello, it's me, Asmon Girl. Anyhow, I am naturally redhead, yes indeed. Yes indeed. I don't know Gossip Goblin. I'm not familiar with them. Hello, hello. Hi. Give me attention too. Redbeam, you don't deserve attention. You don't deserve it. Why would I give you attention? Anyway, hello. Hi, Lucifer. Hi. Knock, knock, who's there? Tell me. Her lips' movements don't fit with her words. Well, isn't that awkward? I don't know how to... Do I need to, like, have... You know how there are people who can delay how they speak? Anyhow. We are not going to watch AI clips. Yell at me! 9Fox! This is just like Monday morning for the teachers. It's like, just sit down and shut up, okay? We can do coloring in today. The interrupting cow who? I don't think you'll be able to time that very well, but nonetheless. She ignored me first, damn it. You are very, very funny. Okay, let's see what else we got going on here. In the UK, we have successfully got rid of Noel Edmonds. I'm not familiar with who that is, and that's probably a good thing. I draw orthodox paintings of our Lord, and I am a computer science student. Well, there we go, multi-talented by the sounds of it. Hi, Fuad. Welcome on back. I'm okay with nostalgia media because the nostalgia it's doing right now is my era. Cute, but we're not going to talk about it yet. But yes, I am indeed a natural redhead. I am aware of its rarity. I've had 30 years of knowing how rare my hair is. You don't have to remind me how rare my hair is. But yes, it is natural. She's not AI. She's blinking when eyes do things they always forget to blink. Ah, so like if I am moving my arms around and it doesn't necessarily... I can't not blink. I'm not very good at the not blinking. I lose every single staring contest. I'm well, Kancha. Thank you for asking. Welcome. I am not Australian. I am a New Zealander. I like that accent until you cussed everyone out. I didn't cuss everyone out, word nerd. I cussed one person out. And I only cussed them out because they themselves said what the fuck in the message. There's a difference there, you know. Hi, Goku. Good to see you. And Zio, who are you? You can call me Clem. Mocha coffee. It's from my country. I am actually not a big fan of mocha. I know a lot of people have mocha coffee to kind of introduce them to coffee because it's hot chocolate and coffee. But I prefer to have just coffee or just hot chocolate rather than a mix. Oh my goodness. What happened here? Let me have a look. One moment. I just want to... Okay, Jimmy. You are asking about if I'm a natural redhead. What makes you think it is appropriate to ask if I have red hair elsewhere? Like, just think about that for a few more seconds. You've come into a public space. So, for example, if you go into a coffee shop, would you feel it appropriate to ask the barista what color their pubic hair is? Just like think about that. Just, you're not getting timed out. I don't think you got timed out or banned. You just think about that, Jimmy, okay? You yourself have the capacity to know if that is an appropriate question. I believe in you, okay? I believe in you. Shara thought, if only the good die young, what kind of fucked up shit did David Attenborough do? I like that. Hi, man. Shut down this stream. Well, I'm sure that you can achieve your goals should you wish to do it. Oh, he did? Okay, never mind. Never mind. AI not interest holds attention. There we go, yeah. And that's why AI slop, as they say, is so popular. How different is New Zealand to California? The environment looks completely different, other than, I guess, maybe Northern California. New Zealand doesn't get as hot as California. The roads aren't as wide, or they're a lot more windy. There's a lot more mountains. Not to say that they don't have them in California, because I know that there are parts of California that certainly have it. A lot of lakes. It just depends on like which part of California. California is massive, and it has a lot of differing landscapes depending on if you're south or north, for example. Yeah, Ian. It's the people who are saying it wasn't in sync can't even hear anymore, so we're fine. Hi, Acha. Welcome on back. Just tea. I don't, if you ever see me with one of these, it will not be a cup of coffee. I don't make coffee in my own home. If I'm going to have coffee, it's always like at a cafe. I get a barista to make it rather than make my own coffee. So this will pretty much never, ever, ever be a cup of coffee. It'll always be tea. I like your opinion about not caring if you're AI or not. My answer would be I'm a panpsychist. I'm not familiar with this one. Let me put my tea down and look this up. I looked up what Godot it was, but I don't know if they're still around to talk Godot. It's definitely a good thing to not know who that person was. All right, we shan't bring more attention to them in that case. 3:30 in the morning, yeah, go do your thing, of course. Hello, goodbye. I don't reset like an AI, yeah, but the thing is that the people who are scrolling through on the vertical live streams or short form videos then find the live stream, they don't have long enough attention spans to know that I don't reset. The average retention time is like 1 minute, and that includes people who spend 1 second, you know. So if they're only spending 1 minute watching, they're not going to know that I reset every 5 minutes, you know? They don't even stick around long enough to know that I reset every 5 seconds. I mean 5 minutes. Are you red all over? That's cute. You can tell by my skin color. Okay. Hello, Maddie. How you going? And Ron. Maybe the poor guy has an air hair fetish and wants to know the natural color. And here you go, Saini, some creep asking about pubic hair. You are cheeky, and you get a pass because I know you're already cheeky. Okay, I am very, very behind, so I'm gonna try and catch up here. Oh, you've got blue eyes. That's cool, right? Very cool. Flight of the Conchords, great band. Just a few years ago, everyone was talking about deepfakes. I guess full-on AI took over. That's what they say. That is what they say. Hi, Brooke. How you going? Hi, Swifter. Mocker. I hardly know her, except you mock me every time. How do you pronounce your name? Clementine. But you can call me Clem for short if you like. Hi, M7. Hello. Hi, that one guy. I missed you cussing someone out. No, I was not cussing someone out whatsoever. The person just said they were just upset that I didn't respond to their message saying that they said hello. The thing is that I know that a lot of people are on the understanding that them saying hello doesn't mean that I will necessarily read their message and say hello back. It's or at least that's my impression. Anyone who is patient and not self-centered should know that, essentially. And so anyone who has this entitlement, I suppose, of being like, why didn't you say hi to me? It's like, okay, well, say something more interesting.
I'm
Say
doing
something
my
more
part.
interesting and maybe I will read out your message. Like, you know, the message that you have of your entitlement. Now you have a personality that I that I can discern. So now here's your 3 seconds of attention. Conceded is a good word for sure. Claim gets trolled, uses alt account to troll other streamers. Streamers use their alts, so it's just a circle, hey. Do you have advice for someone overcoming addictions? Not. Do I have any advice? I don't. That's the thing. I don't know what impression I'm giving Gab that makes you feel like I would have that any good advice. I know that it's hard, and as reductive as it is, be kind to yourself. Remember that it is going to be difficult. Keep going to meetings if you're going to meetings. Remind yourself that if you are craving these addictions, that is normal. That is part of overcoming addiction. Those are the kind of things of being kind to yourself, of like reminding yourself that those things are normal. But unfortunately, I am not the person to ask, but just we can support nonetheless. I thought this was a talking stream. It is. What gave you the impression it's anything other than that? Exactly, Beastrad. Do the drapes match the carpet? I have heard for decades. It's ridiculous. I heard something about the figure of speech DM. It doesn't always mean direct message. It could be a gross sexual reference or taking a dump on the library floor. It's a reference that was used. I am not familiar with this one, Wep, but thank you for the commentary, I suppose. Is your hair red or are you just covered in the blood of your enemies? Yeah, but it's dried, so that's why it's turned this color rather than bright red, you know? What color are your nose hairs? Same color as my eyebrow, I think. Do you want to ask as many people as possible the color and texture of their their pubic hair in comparison to their face and head hair as anecdotal evidence towards my theories about genetics? Sure, Fred. Sure. Your hair's pretty. Thank you, Ambition. Thank you. And thank you, Vinay, for the compliment. And hi, Macaroni, Feeble Florp, Feeble Glorp. That sounds almost Simlish. I'm in the Bay Area. That is up near San Francisco, I think. California isn't real, just like Australia. It's true. Okay, tell us the gossip. I don't really have gossip. Hi, Allison. Good night. Good to see you. Sorry I'm so slow today. I'll catch up eventually, and then we'll chat other things. Maybe the poor guy... Oh, yeah, there's the hair one. I scrolled back in chat. Are those normal? This is the YouTube chat. Yep. That is correct. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard about this DM one, but I'll take your word for it. Sup, big dog? How you going? I like your name. Roar Kinked Dick Slop. That's an incredible username, and you decided to make that, and I respect you heavily with that one. Blue eyes are a recent genetic change. Blue eyes, green eyes, and brown eyes process light differently. Yeah, I heard that like blue eyes are more sensitive or something. What you're saying is bikini wax? God damn it. If I could afford it, maybe. I'm basically Michael Jackson, but not the skin for my eyes. My eyes change from brown to blue. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Brown to blue. I didn't even know that was possible. Okay. Have you got a sister called Tangerine? That would be very funny. Imagine if I did, actually. I feel like there would be other more feminine names, though. Like, I feel... Isn't there someone who named their kid Apple? I'm mad because you only said hey to me once. Lullaby. Well, there's not much I can do about that, and I'm never going to say hi to you ever again. Ever! I'm winning because she read my content. Cute, Patrick. You've got Vitiligo as well. I wonder if that's what caused kind of your blue eyes in that case. Don't be a quitter. But it's so easy. It's so easy. Our Lullaby might have some addiction advice. I don't know if they're still around, but nonetheless. You seem like a radio advice personality. So people call in with their problems and I give advice. I guess so. Ivory defines the term post-truth as the advanced study of truth. Ivory? Really? I've only ever heard it to do with bone. I've not heard that one, Orderloon. How does that work? Only swimming, yeah.
I'm doing my part.
My addiction advice is to do it until you get bored of it, then stop. This may not be the safest or quickest method, but it does work, yeah, for the, 1% or something, not even. What kind of question is, does the curtain match the drapes? Like actual, hey, is your dick as small as your energy? Ooh, that's a good one. So if someone asks me about my genitals, I just gotta ask them, hey, how big's your dick? That's a good way of countering it. The other thing is I can ban words, but the reason I haven't done it is just because it gets so, I shouldn't have to, right? I shouldn't have to ban these phrases because people should just not be saying them, you know what I mean? The reels do look like AI. Yeah, we've spoken about this before as well because it's such a narrow frame that and because people are just scrolling so fast, they just assume it's AI. But that's on them for having short attention spans. The other thing that we must consider is not everyone, but a lot of the people who are finding the stream through the reels or the shorts on YouTube, they're probably underage, and I don't have a strict R18 policy. But I do prefer having older individuals in our class, you know? Hi from California. Hi, Benoit. I'd believe anything you say. I don't have any falsities that I want to push on you, so I'm not really feeling like there's anything I can convince you of. I was born with the head of a hog. Please donate to my slush fund. Thank you and God bless. So we're glad we can help, Candy. Is there a joke that you find funny and no one else finds funny? I mean, I tell a lot of jokes that a lot of people don't find funny, but to have the quantifier as no one finds funny, no. There's always going to be at least one person who finds it funny, so I've got that going for me. If you're saying no one in a generalism, in a general term of like, oh, that few people find funny, then yes, that's pretty much my entire humor. What's green and has wheels? Grass. I lied about the wheels. Blue eyes are basically albino 2.0. You guys are saying a lot of these words, but I'm not sure that that's how it works. Why ask about the carpet when no one has any these days? See, mama, exactly. And that's the thing, like that's, oh my god. The reason I don't bring it up is because I don't want to be talking about my genitals, but that's exactly it. It's like, well, do you not know that there's been a whole trend for several decades that it's just... And, like, do I say no? You know what I mean? If I'm like, actually, it's not. Does that mean I'm not a real redhead? Like, what is... Should I just pull out my crotch live on stream? Probably that's what they want. Hey, it's like, oh, do you want to have a look? Here you go. Maybe I can just save one so that I can be like, here, you can judge for yourself. Yeah. Cheers, Dolter. Yeah, go do your thing. Go get some sleep. Yeah, it was Gwyneth Paltrow who's got Apple. Hey, Pomelo. That means Citrus Aloe is here, I'm guessing. Oh no, Pomelo will be for the sister. What are you doing today? Oh, there's Citrus Aloe. We are going to chat about nostalgia. That's what we're going to talk about. Extra smooches, don't forget to get off without stopping the world. I think Jim Carrey was wearing a plastic face to make himself look different. He was trying to get attention. He was wearing Cyberscan. I think he probably just got plastic surgery, admittedly. That's what I think. There are two eye pigments. Blue eyes are when you have neither or very little. And so the green is green a mutation of brown, right? I think that's correct. I know nothing about New Zealand except the fact that it's a place where the Lord of the Rings are shot and Russell Crowe is from there. Well, it's interesting that you say Russell Crowe because a lot of people say he's from Australia. So look at you. You even know more than a lot of others. I'm from New Zealand. I am bubbly. I am bubbly for the most part, but I'm still waking up. So I'm glad that that you're saying that I am bubbly, despite the fact that I still feel like I'm waking up. And thank you for the follow, Lullaby. All I know about New Zealand is once I looked for a reason to not move to every country and I couldn't find one for New Zealand. That's so funny. I'll give you one, Fred. The cost of living is terrible. It's really not great. But I suppose if you've looked at other places in the world, then you could say that. But it is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But you need to have a pretty high paying job. South African, close enough. I was told if you don't want a certain kind of chat in the Twitch or chat, you ban those people, so you only leave in the kind of chat you want. It means you attract the same kind of people. Yes, exactly right. So on Twitch, I've been streaming for 5 years, and you can see that the Twitch chat are very, very tame. Yeah, Lullaby, I know I recognize the name, but I do appreciate the follow. You're all good. You know, you had to try before you buy, and I don't have to expect you to follow the moment that you join the stream. But yes, Aaron, in answer to your question, that's kind of what we're trying to do. But the thing is that there are so many words that people say that I don't want to just necessarily straight up ban. So for example, AI is really annoying that people keep on saying AI, but also if we start talking about AI, I don't want anyone who is trying to talk about AI to just automatically have their messages deleted. And so we're compared to when I first started multi-streaming on YouTube, the YouTube chat is a lot better. But I can't stop people from necessarily saying gross things. The mods are doing their best. They really are. And they've done a great job. It's a lot better than it has been. But I just try to... ignore the majority. I'm getting better at it as well, because on Twitch I was just so used to reading every single message, as you can probably tell, and I can't do that on YouTube. So I'm trying to get better at ignoring these, like, oh, you're AI, or you. But sometimes I will indulge. It's just so people think I'm not AI. It doesn't really work, but I'm getting better at it, and I've still got a long way to go, basically. I don't think pubes are genitals, no. Currently banned in Queensland, you reckon? I don't know what this one is. Hi, Daily. How you going? Bandicoot! Are the bushes the same as the shrubs? That's at least a funny way of phrasing these things. Redhead litmus test. Does it take extra anesthesia to put under for surgery? If yes, real redhead. I've only had anesthesia once, and I don't know how much they gave me in comparison to anyone else, so I can't give you that kind of statistic, but it's good to see you, Anonymous. Are you into farms? I mean, I like farms. I don't frequent them, if that's what you mean. I don't know how else to answer your question. Speech to text, I was saying I redefined post-truth as the advanced study of truth. Post-truth as the advanced study of truth. Interesting. Okay. If Clem goes down on you, is that redhead? That's funny. That's inappropriate, but that is funny. I think you're much more blonde. Yeah, I definitely have some lighter hair colors. Like, look at that. That looks a bit more blonde in the sun. But yes, I am a ginger. Does the carpet match the drapes is from Dumb and Dumber. I actually forgot it from that one. But yes, we have watched it in the past, but I forgot it's from that film, or it's used in that film rather. Oh, so you think that white people typically have more variation with their hair and eye color? I suppose so. I guess there are a fewer Asians, as in Asian, including India and further west, do typically have a lot more brown eyes, hey? Whereas I don't think that if you see someone who's Caucasian and they have blue eyes, they can be like very striking, but I don't think people are going to be like, wow, that's really rare. Whereas if you see an Asian or an Indian individual with blue or green eyes. That's a lot more surprising to see, I suppose. The same way that red hair is a little bit more rare, I suppose. Anyhow, you calling me tame fucking bitch? Yeah. But you know it. Compared to the YouTube, you know it. Okay. New Zealand has the problem of being an island, which means high cost of living. But as far as islands go, it's not that bad, and it lacks many islands problems. Yes, and it's got great education, for example. Beautiful country. It is very far away if you want to travel, but you can just travel within the country, unless you're like me and you want to see other cultures, of course. New Zealand rugby team. Oh, that's cute. I know a lot of people like the rugby there. When I started looking into this, it was before all the rich people started buying property there because they had the same idea as me. Gotcha, Fred. Okay. So, yeah, you were looking. Did you end up moving at all, or have you stayed in your country of citizenship? People say gross things. Isn't that crazy? What's the best airport you've visited? Ooh. I just like Auckland Airport because when you come home, it has a Maori carving that you walk through. It's not like a big fanfare, and you wouldn't really experience it if you're doing a stopover, but you wouldn't really need to do a stopover. But I think there's a bias as well because it's always like coming home, you know. It's not a very good airport, but it just makes me happy, you know. It's subjective. You don't want to run into the Scunthorpe, Penistone, and Clitheroe censorship issues. Exactly right. I've said it before, but you're so delightful. Please be a trans ambassador. Oh, thank you. That's really lovely, Noelle. I'm really glad that I can be a role model for, well, hopefully anyone, you know. There is some lighting where it's super red. Even I have to remind myself of that, Kiwi man. There are photos that get taken of me every now and again. I'm like, oh, I am a redhead. I get like redhead dysmorphia where everyone tells me I'm a redhead. I'm like, I'm not that much of a redhead, especially when I look at other redheads. I'm like, my hair doesn't look like that. And then I see certain photos with, like you say, certain lighting. I'm like, oh, I am definitely a redhead. So as an example, like, I don't feel like my hair looks like this. I mean, that's fake, so it kind of is irrelevant. That looks like it could be, well, it says stock cake, so it is very possibly AI. But you know, this is also probably AI. This, God damn it. But I'm like, my hair doesn't look like this. This looks like a natural redhead, but my hair's not this color. And so therefore, I'm like, I'm not a redhead. That's not my hair color. These ones, maybe my hair's, I mean, does that look more like my hair? If I'm looking at myself and that feels more familiar or more similar, maybe. Anyway. Better off switching to Twitch. Oh yeah, I've been on Twitch for 5 years. It's more about the attitude, not the words. Regarding things in your own internal voice has a different mental effect from using other made-up voice for sure. Okay. Let me catch up. Hi, Badar. How you going? Wellington Airport had smog. They still might do. Yeah, I know that they had a few other things that they took down, unfortunately. But nonetheless, I have been to America. I've been to the West Coast. Mind if I sing? Go for it. Well, it would be nice to have some backing track since we currently do not. Know your ginger? What do you think the difference between a ginger and a redhead is? Or were you talking about the blonde? Redheads are like 1% of the world population. I think it's 2%, but we can look it up in a second. Is it true that redheads are evil? Yes, absolutely. We have no soul, so of course we are evil. If we have no soul, we have no morals, and therefore we are evil, or rather just neutral, perhaps. I feel like if we have no soul, then we're not good nor evil. We're just nothing. But it means that we have the tendency to be evil because we wouldn't have the morals or empathy to care. Could set the result states to only show images prior to the rise of AI. That's a good point as well. Copper golden. I like that. Copper golden. Yeah, a lot of those were dyed or AI, so we can't really use those ones. Thank you, unknown. Thank you. Soulless people search. Well, it's just me look in the mirror. You know what it be. Hi, Jean. I was talking about the Dumb and Dumber reference. Yeah. People. Oh, I may have missed something earlier, but yes, we are aware that you were talking about the Dumb and Dumber reference, unless there was something else. Nice camera. Thank you. Do you think you're not do do I think I'm not ginger? Like which one? What was that in reference to? You could bring up a side by side of your own pics with rarely red hair to compare. I think that's the problem though. Is it's one thing to see photos and it's another to actually look at another individual. So I said to my friend, as in Coffee Snobber, for those who know, I said if she sees anyone who has my hair color to please point them out, because it's also about seeing how that hair moves in real life with changing lighting, not just a singular photo, and all that kind of stuff as well. Hashtag lizard indeed. Hi, Jared. It looks more golden blonde. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I know that the other issue though is that everyone's screens have slightly different colors on their that would change the color of my hair as well. So that's another thing to consider. If only Homo sapiens have a soul and red hair is a Neanderthal trait. Interesting. I don't think it would be, but I don't think the Neanderthals necessarily were the responsible ones for the red hair mutation. Thanks, Clover Crimson. Yeah, I thought it was almost 2%. So thank you for looking that up. 2% of the world population would be massive, considering there's only 8% of the world population with a skin type that are pale. Wow, that doesn't feel 8 billion people. I guess what constitutes pale in this regard, Aaron? Because I'm not denying, but for example, South Americans they are quite tan stereotypically, and so does that mean they are that like most of South America are not pale? But I also feel like there are a lot of people who would still be in these same areas that would have similar skin colors to myself, for example. So I'm just thinking about like, and then Asia as another example. China has 1 billion people. Are they not considered pale skin? Because that would be whatever 1/8 is. What is that? 12.5%. So China alone would account for over 8% of pale skin, right? And we don't have to say that every single Chinese person is pale, but it's definitely gonna be a lot of them, right? Hi, Polito. What's poppin'? I'm still waking up, really, but I feel like I've gotten there now. I feel like I'm a little bit more on top of things. I have a vet buddy who served in Afghanistan that told me he was shocked to see native Afghans with red hair. Yeah, bro, people exist. Exactly right. It might be more rare, or maybe not what we're used to, but it's certainly possible. Thank you, Brandon. Much appreciated. Hi, Chosen Bean. And good morning from Sweden. Thank you for being here, Tommy. You need the observational experience to improve your AI algorithm. Exactly right. That's cruel to say that about everyone that has red hair, that gingers don't have souls. Yeah, but it's the same way that demographics are allowed to make fun of their own demographics. If you're not a redhead, you can't say I have no soul. But I can say I have no soul. You know, where it's like when you there's a comedian that I watch, for example. She's Aussie Australian, Jenny Tian. She's so funny. And so she makes a lot of jokes about her experience as she's got this strong Australian accent. And so people think it's very jarring because she just looks like this sweet little girl. And they'd expect her to have the stereotypes of like a soft little, maybe a soft Japanese girl. And then she's like, right, let's get this started. And so she makes a lot of references about Asian stereotypes and so on and so forth. But I can't make the same references because I'm not Asian. But I can say gingers have no souls, you know. China is a very, very big place. You're absolutely correct. Hi, Eastbeck. Good to see you again. South Americans are terrible. Let's not talk about Argentina. Only thing I actually only learnt about the Argentinian what's the word I want to use? Immigration not too long ago, so I'll have to learn more about World War II, admittedly. We got such surface level stuff in my schooling system, or maybe it was that I wasn't as interested in learning about it at the time, but obviously it is a massive
I'm doing my
thing
part.
that still shapes our world today, and so I think that I'm
doing
ready
my
to learn
part.
more about it. It's just hard because, as you guys know, it is such a horrible and horrific part of our frankly recent history that does make it hard to digest. But just because of that doesn't mean that we should shy away from it, so I do want to learn more. And then also there's so many other wars even going on right now that it's like, gosh, it's hard to keep up. And it's sad. It's hard to keep up because of how sad it is, but for me at least, I'm like I'm just crying reading about this, you know. And there are a lot of Irish people in South America. That is surprising. But yes, I've heard about this anesthetics. All I know is my tolerance, so I don't know what it feels like for anyone else. Mostly darker skin. Yeah, I would say tan for sure. I'm not sure who this is, sorry, Anmol. Where are you living now? I'm in Southampton in the UK. Asians aren't Caucasians. I did not say that. But we can't pretend that Asians don't have paler skin. In fact, that was part of what they were saying in fashion, for example, is that the pale skin shows a sign of wealth. They would often, and especially in Japan, powder themselves to look even more pale because those who were more tan were workers who often would be in the farms, in the rice fields, let's say, and so therefore being pale was a sign of wealth in these countries. And so there definitely are a lot of pale-skinned Asians, and I don't think we can deny that. Guess who found out his hex debt was double charged? What the heck? The uni is refusing to fix their mistake. Why would they? But it's how can you can't? What? Eastbeck, I don't even have words. Just what? I hope you get that sorted out. That's just gonna be an absolute headache. So have you been paying double in that case? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Someone told me there's a myth that if a black person and a white person, like a blonde, had a baby, their child would be a redhead. Yeah, I'm glad you recognize that's a myth because that's not how genetics work. Yes, redheads can be a mutation, but if this person thought that that this multiracial couple would just produce a redhead, that's kind of cute and sweet and ignorant, but you know, nonetheless, it's like it gives the same vibe as chocolate milk comes from brown cows and regular milk comes from white cows. It's giving that vibe. There's a whole ethnic group out there that has red hair. Exactly. Red, like there are very few that have red hair. This one is looking like it's from Aquaman. So I'm still on this page. This is Aquaman, so this is fake. But there are people who actually have proper red hair rather than orangey ginger Albany. And that is even more rare. For sure. I've never seen someone with true red hair, but I've seen people very close to it, at least. Hannah Fry. I love Hannah Fry. She's so amazing. You guys actually showed me Hannah Fry, and I have been indoctrinated since. I love her. She's incredible. Tell a scary story. No. No. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with chat, and then we'll have an ad break, I guess. Okay. Redheads have more of a soul than anyone else coming from a brunette male, you reckon? China isn't considered pale. I believe that's correct. Living in the West is a small concentration of what he's talking about. Anyway, we'll let them speak for it. What if my dad has red hair and I have black hair? Can I say you don't have a soul? Yeah, but you can say I don't have a soul based on my personality rather than on my red hair. How about that, Chosen Bean? Is that a nice compromise? You the same way that you can look at some horrific monsters of history. So I'm thinking serial killers, or well, we were just talking about World War II. You can look at those people and say you don't have a soul, and that's nothing to do with the hair color. And so, Chosen Bean, you can say I don't have a soul as long as it's about my personality. Yeah, I have 3 souls, exactly. You look like the Titan. Well, which one? You do realize there are several. Tell me which one, and then we can talk. Whereas if you said you look like a Titan from Attack on Titan, then I would I accept it more. Hi, Matt. Okay. Someone whose family lives in South America can comment on this. My mother's skin color changes when being in South America to being in the US, where she becomes more pale. I guess it's probably about the sun and how much sun they're getting, right? That's usually what it is. I'm talking about worldwide. Check how many white people there are. It's insanely small compared to the rest of the world's total population, and China has a massive rural culture that most don't see. Yes, I can understand this. About 8%. I guess we have to look at population sizes. I will look into this very shortly. Japanese and Italian make very attractive human. That feels like a good mix. I could see that. I love listening to your accent. Thank you, Luke. It's giving oh my gosh, what's her name? What's her name from Sound of Music? Why is her name escaping me? Julie Andrews. Oh my gosh. Oh, that made I got stuck on Judy Garland, and I was like, nope, that's Wizard of Oz, not Wizard of Oz. Julie Andrews vibe. Oh, thank you. We can start at the very beginning, a very good place to start. What's new and exciting? In my life or in general? I need to go outside more. I've been holing up the last week. I haven't really done any socialization, and my board game crew off this week. We've skipped this week, so I might have to go and find somewhere else to socialize. I don't have really anything new and exciting. I guess there's some cool stuff that's happening, but you'll have to tell me, Matt, if I'm not able to share. I'm from Argentina. My great-grandmother was from Italy. This is says Gab. And my grand-grandfather was from Spain. Hell yeah. It makes you question the minority label and who it's pinned on. This I absolutely agree with for sure. Skin color changes depending on melanin. It reacts like a plate under the skin. White people don't have much melanin. This is absolutely correct. And I saw something that shows that, you know, you unsurprisingly get more pale as you move away from the equator, because melanin helps as a natural barrier against UV rays. So where you get a lot of sun, you'd need to be darker to protect from the sun. And so that's why as it moves away, that's why the Nordics, for example, who are very, very north, are known as being quite pale, because they're so far from the equator. So yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Okay, no need for idiots. I don't know if you're still here, but no, we don't care about skin color. We're actually talking about skin color in a very healthy way, I would say, because it is a curiosity and an understanding and a recognition that we do have different skin colors, and we're we're not just ignoring that fact. We're finding a curiosity in it. And if you were actually listening to the conversation, that you would understand that rather than putting biases that you've had in the past onto a conversation. Use these before you use this. That's what they say. You've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and that is the ratio at which you should be in a conversation. Hi, Paranoid. Very sad she can't sing anymore. Who, me? Or someone else? I am Clementine. You can call me Clem Yogi. Glad you specified chocolate milk and normal milk. There's strawberry milk from pink cows. Exactly. Soft eugenics, you think? Yeah, a lot of people throw these words around on the internet. Either one, because they don't necessarily know how they're used, or they are applying it where it shouldn't be applied. Skimmed milk is from pushing cows on ice. Hilarious. I just saw your clip when you were in Qatar. I did like it. I think it was really cool. I would definitely go back because I was meant to just be in the airport. And so it would be interesting to see more of it. But I think that you wouldn't need a bunch of time. I actually spoke to, so I have a friend whose parents live in Qatar. And so I was chatting to them about it as well. And they're like, yeah, honestly, after a day or two, you kind of do all the touristy things. And then it's just, you just, like going and on the sand dunes apparently is really fun, but you kind of run out of stuff to do pretty quickly. So they said that I should definitely go back, but I don't need to spend super long time there. But it was cool. It was just something different that I wasn't expecting to participate in. I got a red beard and black hair. When I shave, I look like a different race. That's hilarious. I suppose also, I don't know how fast your hair grows, but if you shaved your hair here, and then you would look like just a redhead essentially, or if you shaved just your beard, then you have this dark black hair. That's quite funny. I never thought about it like that one. No, yes, they did get banned. I was just double checking that. Exactly, Aaron. You say anything about skin color, and immediately people are like racism, eugenics. It's like, well, actually, if you listen to the conversation, it's just it is none of these things. But you guys know. You guys know. No, I saw you were talking about Up the Saints, Travis, but unfortunately not football fan over here. You get worse sunburn in Texas versus New York. I found that out the hard way. Ooh. Well, that would make sense because of the, like, it being harsher sun, right? I have Italian and Scottish genetics anyway, so I tan. There we go. I know that I'm quite pale, but I tan pretty well. I just don't go in the sun. Clem's Titan character suggestions. I'll start. Themis. I like this. Where does this come from? I like it. I am gay. Well, I'm glad that you can feel proud to say so. I've got darker skin, says Boba, when I tan up from my Romani. Oh my gosh, great granddad. But my granddad was dark olive like a Greek sailor. Hell yeah. I actually was thinking of doing Greek mythology today, admittedly. But I decided that we'll do something else. Hi from North California. Hi. My blonde girlfriend gets plenty of melanin. Okay, so there are certain jokes that shouldn't be funny. you, Moons. Thank you. I don't know if Texas T is still here, but my God, I shouldn't. I shouldn't laugh. Hey, Pushka. Ridiculous. Thanks, Gabs. Go do your thing. No, we do care. It was good to have you here. I hope you get some rest, or some coffee, whatever suits. Oh my goodness gracious. Hyper Bakers, good to see you. Oh, there's a cute little bee as well. Whoever has that bee as a part of their emotes. Ugh. Curly hair protects from the sun as well, and straight hair is better for rain. Really? I didn't know these things. Narrow eyes and straight hair works well for dust, and that's how we get races. Yeah, the adaptation. It makes sense, right? Cool. Today's topic is about nostalgia, but we have admittedly not gotten onto the topic of the day. So I'm deaf in one ear. It should be a 1-to-1 ratio. Yes, Cassidy gets a pass. You are absolutely allowed to have the 1-to-1 ratio. Oh, Julie Andrews can no longer sing. Ah, that's why you said that. I had no idea. Today I learned. That is a shame. Aw. All eyes on me when you step outside. That's so cute, Luke. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But that's not necessarily what I'm interested in. Sometimes I just want to, go to the shop and just not be noticed. Especially when I'm in my sweatpants. I'm a drummer, so I'm waiting for the day I'll be a 0-to-1 ratio. I guess it would affect your hearing that badly, hey? And then you will be out of necessity, be speaking more than you hear, because you'll just be saying, what? What? Say that again, I didn't hear you. What? You can't help it because you'll be repeating yourself so much. I ordered a Steam Deck, so damn excited to be able to play Slay the Spire 2. Well, I hope you enjoy it, because I haven't heard much about Slay the Spire. I think it's kind of flying under the radar, or under my radar, but it's also enough where I hear it's okay. So I hope you have fun. And also, just having the Steam Deck in general, a lot of people seem to love it. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. I think that's going to be awesome addition to your devices. My hair does ring up if I get too much sun. The difference between the underside of the beard is nuts. The frick? Keeps ignoring me. I haven't seen you say anything else. What do you mean, Goku? If sometimes keep in mind, if your message doesn't turn up on the screen, then there's this weird thing where the YouTube and this doesn't talk. And I don't know what it is. But if your message isn't here, then I wouldn't have seen it at all. So I don't think that we're ignoring you. I mean, I can see what you've said today, and I've read all 3 of your messages. So anyhow, what's Volamai Probagus? Teach me. Hi from Puerto Rico. Hello. What joke is she laughing at? Nothing. Nothing. 3 minutes of ads. Well, hopefully you won't get those for another hour now, at least. No Guns. Thank you very much for watching them. It does support the channel. It gives me a little bit of cash. Let's say you want to go to the moon. All right. You go to ISS from Earth, then a solar station is built between Earth and moon. An electric rocket is docked at it, which picks you up and takes you to the moon. But so if I want to go to the moon, which I don't, we go to the International Space Station first and then go to the moon. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a nice little stopover. It's like a, like a flight where you stop in a country before you reach your final destination. I don't have strong opinions about this. No ears, only talk. Exactly. You got it, E-Spec. Songs are a great way to feel nostalgic, sometimes even for things that haven't happened. Train Song by Vashti Bunyan and Golden Brown, but it's about heroin, still super mellow. Well, speaking of segues, Pancake, absolutely, I agree with you in this sense. Songs are a way to help people feel nostalgic, and that is what today's topic is about. So anything that's not about nostalgia, we are not reading, we are moving on. That's what's happening. Also, hi, Grateful Troll. Hello, hello, hello. So, welcome to Topical Tuesday. We're talking about nostalgia in media, and the reason why I wanted to talk about nostalgia in media is because of a game that has come up that I've seen on a lot of people playing. It's called Mixtape. Mixtape is basically capitalizing on nostalgia, or perhaps even the more appropriate word, anemoia. If you've never heard of the word anemoia before, anemoia is basically the feeling of a nostalgia for a time that you didn't live. So things like maybe you thought that you would have had an excellent time in the 70s, but you were born after the 70s, and you're like, oh man, like the 70s, then the disco, that, or maybe even earlier of Woodstock. It's like, man, I just wish I lived through the Woodstock era, and or maybe I loved 80s rock. I wish I lived through the 80s rock, and some of our community at least did, which is quite sweet. That would be anemoia if you were not alive during that time, rather than nostalgia. You can't have nostalgia for a time that you didn't exist in. That is anemoia rather than nostalgia. So that's a little nice grammar vocab for you to add to your vocab. So this game, Mixtape, it's a very, very short game. I believe it's only 2 or 3 hours long. It's definitely one of those story first games, but it is called Mixtape, and it basically is about this girl who has the perfect song for any moment. And so there are these insane music licensing that they managed to what's the word I'm looking for? Attain, so that they could create this game. The amount of songs that are in that game, it is crazy, and they would have had so much money spent on this game alone just for the licensing of the music. However, it has made a lot of people go, wow, like I love this game because of the soundtrack, and they're having this nostalgia for the 90s as well, because they have, well, a mixtape, a little cassette tape, and there are a lot of these references to that time, and so it is capitalizing on this nostalgia or anemoia, and a time of youth and kind of remembering that those growing pains and the coming of age. It's a coming of age story, I suppose, and capitalizing on their youth and nostalgia. You spotted it on Game Pass. There we go. It's very, very new. I think like literally in the last few days. Shall we have a look? I think even it could be worth us watching the trailer, perhaps. Comparatively, the game isn't cheap for what it is, hence the higher price tag if you buy it. Let's watch the trailer. I feel like that way people who don't know what I'm talking about can jump in. I think I had some anemoia last night. That's cute. Okay, so Mixtape trailer. Let me show you. This is only a few days ago that it had the launch trailer. 1 year ago was the reveal trailer. I don't remember anyone talking about it a year ago, but I guess because it's only come out now, that is why it's probably being talked about now. Yeah, if not, that's fine. I'll just mute it. I'm not too fussed about the copyright. It's only a few minutes. We'll watch the launch trailer, I think, rather than the reveal trailer. So let's pop over here and then let's check this on. I've just got to double check that.
Tonight, we're invited to.
Why are you being so laggy? Let's check that the sound is all good, because I know that I messed around with sound. Okay, sound should be all right. Cool. All right, so this is Mixtape. This is what has stirred today's conversation. Oh, I don't disagree, Fred. I understand that where you're coming
Tonight,
from.
we're invited to Camille Cole's beach party. It's the tits, it's the jam. Everyone's gonna be there. College kids, rich kids, athletes, horse girls, skaters. It's teenage high society. Right now, we have no booze, but we do have some leads. We'll start at my house, then on to Cassandra's. Free drinks at our secret hideout, then arrive beachside at 9:45 p.m.
No
Juicy,
way.
mama.
I did it last time.
I look like a child. I can't hand over money with these little hands. Slater, you do it. You're the one with the mustache.
Go eat it!
You are expelled.
Such rebels.
If I find you at that party, and I will
It is
find
giving
that
euphoria,
party,
isn't it?
you'll spend 24 hours in detention. I promise you that.
What are we gonna do? What's demanded of us? It's the cops.
Be chill. It's chill.
It's the tits, indeed. Because everyone spoke like that.
Are they
True,
gone?
man, yeah. I've refrained from having my personal
This year,
opinions,
I
but you
wanna
may
ride
be
a
sharing them
flaming
with me
stallion
nonetheless.
of delinquency.
Most of the time, I'm wondering if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You know, to have the optimal teenage experience.
Yeah, it's from the It's
The
meant to
teenage
be
experience
the
is
kids
unobtainable.
or the teens in the 90s.
Trio of young adults have driven a shopping cart onto the island.
I gotta say, I can relate to some of these things.
Okay, something's happening. Almost.
Yeah, Baby Driver vibes. I could feel that.
Woo! Back in business, baby.
Nothing but the hits. I love that the trailer is censored when this game is not. Well, you know, they said it's the tits at least. They managed to sneak that one in there. Anyway, so that is Mixtape. So you can tell even from just saying that they have music from like Smashing Pumpkins and just everything in there is very like 90s California encoded. So, rights probably didn't cost too much. Well, a lot of reason why this is kind of turned up on people's radar, if you've missed it, is because it was found out that the girl who kind of spearheaded this whole production is the daughter of the 5th richest man in the world. And personally, I think it's really sweet that she was able to get all of the licensing for all of these tracks. And you know what? If you've got the privilege, you may as well use it. So there's a lot of assumption that there's no way that an indie company should have been able to afford all of the music that has that is on this game. And so the assumption is that Daddy Dearest swooped in and gave a bunch of money to help out with the production. I, however, don't really care. I don't care about this whatsoever. Like, if that is the case, because I don't know if it's actually been confirmed if Daddy Dearest helped out with the licensing of this. I was going to say of this movie, but that is where you can now see my Freudian slip is coming in. I don't really care if he paid for the licensing of this game because, I mean, that's just what rich people do. The thing is not about who's giving them money to be able to create a game. It's about the game itself. And so looking at this game, I watched the entire playthrough. I will not be playing this game myself, but I watched the entire playthrough. It was only 3 hours, and yesterday I was like, yeah, there's a lot of people playing it. I'll watch someone play it. It is visually it's a nice looking game. It's visually quite nice. I think that the style is really cool. It's gotten that kind of Into the Spider-Verse vibe. They've also got, you know, some soundtrack, some good songs in it. Yeah, visually and atmospheric. There are some aspects of it that look kind of cool. However, I found it really, really hard to watch because it felt like who said it, where it's like, yeah, it's totally relatable. The story was not great. I found it incredibly problematic in a lot of ways, and I'll get to that soon. The other reason why this game has gotten kind of on people's radar is because IGN, the game reviewers, called it a 10 out of 10 game. It is not a 10 out of 10 game. It can be like, people can like the game, but there's no way, even the trailer alone, you can tell it's not a 10 out of 10 game, right? It is not a 10 out of 10 game, and so that's another reason why people are like, what the heck? How did it get a 10 out of 10? So, watching this entire game, if you can call it that, it is not a game, it is an interactive movie. And so I want us to find a category for, because some people, I guess, could be able to argue that it is a type of game, and that not every game has to be a Dark Souls game, or not every game has to be a puzzle. Like, there are a lot of different genres of games, right? That's understandable. But can we normalize a term for interactive story rather than gaming? So I would say a lot of the Dark Picture Anthology games are interactive stories rather than games. And so, for example, I used to have one of those choose your own adventure books. Was that a game? Like, there's a genuine question. I'm not doing a rhetorical. If you had a choose your own adventure book, would you have considered that a game? And I don't mean a video game. Obviously, it's not a video game. But would an interactive book, choose your own adventure, be considered a game? Yes or no? If it's yes, then I will go, it's a kind of game, right? And this is what I mean, is you could argue that it's a game because you're playing, I suppose, and or maybe, but you could argue the opposite as well. And this is why I said it wasn't a rhetorical. It is basically just, how do you view this? See, C-Mama is saying not a game. You're saying it's a text-based adventure game for like a book. And so interactive authoring, that's kind of cute. I like that. Kia ora, Robert. Welcome on in. So there are this concept where if you think it's a game, I'm not going to disagree. If you don't think it's a game, I'm also not going to disagree. But it is that kind of idea. And you're right, Schmick. There are thousands of interactive story games. Some get big. Like I said, the Dark Picture Anthology, Life is Strange. But I feel like to go out of your way to call it a video game or a game, I think there are... Would I consider this a game? Me, personally, I don't think... As me, Clementine, I don't think I would call this a game. And that's not to say that it's a bad story, although I will get to that. It's just that it's not my definition of a video game, I suppose. And see, Michael thinks that Choose Your Own Adventure is a game. And like I said, I'm not going to disagree with this. But I also know there are other people who would say, no, that is an interactive story, not a game. I think both of these things can be correct. A text adventure is more of a game than this. I call it interactive story. Yep, see, I would call it an interactive story as well. That is what I would call it. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I think that but I think I would like to normalize separating this genre so that we can see the best of the best in that genre rather than piling it in with all of the other video games, I suppose. So Detroit Become Human is an example of an interactive story, I would say, rather than a video game that I love. I really, really, really loved that game. And so I think that that is an example of an interactive story, choose your own adventure that is really excellent. And I, to an extent, almost feel like Last of Us could be in this vibe as well. However, I am aware that I actually watched the creator of Fallout they've got a YouTube channel. And they were talking about the changes in video games over time, especially with the introduction of the internet and Steam, and they've been making video games since I think it was the 80s, but definitely the 90s. And so it was really fascinating to hear some of their opinions on these things. And they were saying that back in his day, the labeling of genres wasn't as prominent as it is now. So maybe maybe that's something that I could consider on top of that. And perhaps if this had come out several decades ago, I wouldn't be so opinionated on having a genre of this is interactive storytelling. They're all just games. And maybe other people think that, yeah, it's all just games. And that's okay as well. But I watched this game mixtape, and there is so little actual gameplay. Yes, and so this is where it comes in, gameplay mechanics. I think that that's where a definition is lacking. So mixtape itself has so little actual gameplay mechanics. They are cruising on their skateboards down a hill, and you don't have to move the controller whatsoever. If you hit a car, it just like a cassette rewinds, and then you just go again. You're not really doing anything. You're just, and this is why I would say it is more obviously an interactive story rather than a game. The other thing I've saw about this game in particular that no one has been talking about, that I have seen, is that it is just a whole bunch of mini games. So I don't know if you guys ever had it, but there were these little devices that kind of just had 2, maybe 3 buttons. They would have 3 little mini games, you know, like a car that hops over into the lanes, and it gets faster and faster as the traffic comes down, and you just kind of push the button to jump over into the lane. So these kind of had these mini games, right? They're just tiny little mini games. Mixtape is just 3 hours of either floating through the air to a soundtrack, skating down or using their trolley down a hill where there is no movement or control whatsoever. Sometimes in the story you now get to move your character. There's no obstacle or hurdle that they need to overcome. And I think this is where I would probably start defining gameplay mechanics, is what is the obstacle you're overcoming. I didn't see that this one had any obstacles whatsoever. You could move your character and then push a button. Is there any obstacle here, or is that an interactive story? I would say that is very much an interactive story. Boba, if this was in reference to me playing Mixtape, I watched an entire playthrough because I didn't want to spend the money on it. Not even quick time events. And so, for example, the premise is that they listen to a soundtrack because music has memories, and then they listen to the music and then they remember something. And so now they get to play baseball. Woo! And so you have the mini game of trying to hit the ball, which was one of these little mini games. And I bring that up specifically because of the nostalgia tie-in as well. I mean, I grew up in the early 2000s rather than the 90s, but I do remember having these little tiny things that were just mini games. And so I could see it as an intentional thing to have these basic mini games. But all in all, it's not really a consistent game. It's a whole bunch of little ones, or it's an interactive story. And so I think that I think that this game in particular was just trying to be a story rather than trying to be a game. And that's okay. But I just wanted to get that rant out of the way, all right? Of just like game mechanics. Yes, if you have no impact on the end of the game. Sorry, this is I was saying yes because you don't have impact on the game. Is it not a game? If you have no impact on the end of the game via gameplay, is it not a game? That I could see as a as a point for this one in particular, for mixtape, because if you are now getting hit by the car, you're not really ending the game, I suppose. You're not dying, you're not losing a life, you just rewind and then it just kind of goes around. If you can play more than 50% of a game's minimal runtime without touching the controller, that's a movie with extra steps. Exactly right. So I think that there are other interactive stories which are more of that choose your own adventure, which some people will define as a game, and that's okay as well. And so that will show the different impacts of the ending of the game. But if you are just kind of not touching the controller, yeah, I'm not so convinced. Lawful Good, Super Mario Brothers is a game, chaotic evil. The Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2-day cinematic retelling within Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 remix for the PS3 is a game, and the remaster for PS4. Thank you very much, Citrusella. I have watched it. Thank you very much. But I don't think that the cinematic retelling can be considered a game. That one is legitimately a story because you literally just press X like a comic book. You're flipping a page, and it even says cinematic retelling. And it's because they were too lazy to remaster it for PlayStation, even though they could have done it. Why did you have to leave it on the 3DS? Damn it, Square Enix. Why? Why? Anyhow. Whereas Super Mario Brothers, absolutely a game, and a game with very little story. The story is, go save the princess, and oh no, the princess is in another castle. You must go again. It is a very, very simple premise, and that's okay. It's kind of like Acorn, which is more like an interactive art piece, but there's like combat and puzzles. Oh, I don't know that one, sorry. Balatro, best gameplay mechanics where you do the same simple thing over and over and over again. But that's Super Mario Brothers as well. In fact, I think some of those things are more like a game than what we get today. If you think of classic arcade games, that's all it is. It just gets harder and faster and more obstacles you're trying to overcome, you know? It's not that. Oh yeah, so this was the labeling I saw. I missed where that one is. The labeling of everything was not considered back in the day. That's my problem with this generation. Everyone's trying to label things. Art in general should not be labeled. Yes, I can agree. And then but Nine Fox has a good point. The sorting by category. I think that you can have nuance. So there are a bunch of movies or stories that kind of have elements of everything, but you still have somewhat of a category so that you know what expectation to go in. Movies have no mechanics, books as well. It's like, what are the mechanics of books and films? Ooh. I guess films, they typically follow a structure of the hero's journey, if you've ever looked this up, and books would be similar, but then the ones that can be really good are ones that subvert those expectations. But you are correct. Start, middle, and end, I suppose, would be the mechanics. I missed where more of the labels we're talking about, but that's okay. But people are trying to label everything. It's trying to are not trying to label everything. It's trying to establish on whether it's a game or not by its mechanics. Yeah. But we'll talk about the nostalgia of this game as well soon, and where nostalgia comes from too. It challenges the idea that creativity must fit into fixed categories, identities, or expectations. Labels can limit how art is interpreted, experienced, or even created. Yeah, I completely agree with that. There is a phrase that we've used in the class before called labels disable. So it's basically this. So people, for me, for example, they say, "What's your MTBI?" I'm like, it doesn't matter, because if you are now going to look at me and only see my Myers-Briggs identity, then that is an example of not allowing me the flexibility to weave in and out of the label that has been stuck on my forehead. So there is absolutely an element of labels not helping, but at the same time there is this understanding and this requirement for it, because it is only human. It is only natural for us to categorize and help us understand where some of these things come from. And so I think that people who are looking for a video game to play, if they were to pick up Mixtape and then not actually be playing a game, they're watching a movie essentially, I would be very disappointed. And I have been. I have played games that are part of, let's say, the Dark Picture Anthology series that I had to put down because I'm like, this is not, to me, a game. This is this is a 10-hour movie. And I didn't sign up for a 10-hour movie. I signed up for a game. And so I do think it is important to have some distinction in that regard so that you can appreciate what you are watching or participating in with Mixtape as an example, instead of going, well, this is not what I signed up for and now I hate it. Whereas if you're like, oh, okay, well, I have a little bit more of an expectation that this is more of an interactive story, then you are paying more attention to the story than the games. Oh, I don't know On a Rail, so sorry, I'm not familiar with that one. Do you think that is also part of you being more RPG coded person? Potentially, yeah. My thoughts is that Heavy Rain is basically a book. You're on rails, but you have to interact to keep the story going. I genuinely think Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human, like I said, Detroit Become Human is one of my favorite interactive stories. I think it's really, really well done. And so I'm okay with these things. Even Last of Us to an extent. I think Last of Us has more gameplay mechanics, but all of these things, they're kind of story first and gameplay second. They're trying to be more like a movie. And that's why I think The Last of Us adapted into a TV show very easily, because that's what it is first. And there can be some that do it super, super well and some that don't do it as well. I'm not saying that interactive stories are bad by any means. I don't want anyone to have that confusion. But I am recognizing that I want to have more of this obvious idea that you're going into a story rather than maybe like a platformer. And they can have elements of both, but it is... I would like to normalize making sure that these interactive stories are not seen at the same type of caliber that a traditional video game would be looking at. Does that make sense? Maybe part of that makes it game is the challenge. Makes it a game is the challenge. I think that games often will have some sort of hurdle that you're overcoming. And watching Mixtape, I didn't feel like there was a challenge that was being overcome. Balatria is goated. Yeah, I didn't play it because I knew I would get sucked into it too much. Just because I classify the 50% thing as a movie doesn't mean it can't be good. Exactly, yes. And so that's why I wanted to make that distinction too, or that clarification. Myers-Briggs made me realize that I am in fact judgmental. I am so judgmental about being judgmental. I like it. Labels help with expectations. That's a really good way of putting it. Thank you, Chan. But they get limiting when people treat them as the whole thing. Yes, exactly right. Yes. It can describe and set an expectation, but you don't have to force it into a rigid category. So, for example, you can have a horror that has funny elements in it, and so that funny element can help with the I always get it confused. Brevity is keeping something short. Levity, yeah, it would help with the levity, so that the hard-hitting moments or the sad moments. A drama is another good example of that. A drama is not really useful if it's always sad. You need to have those moments of levity so that the sad moments hit even harder. But you don't want to go into that movie thinking it's a comedy just because it has comedic aspects of it. So it can have multiple genres. It can, but it should be a way to help, like you say, I think Chan put it really well, is set expectations so that you're not going, what the hell is this? Is Desert Bus a game? Oh, I don't know this one, sorry. I feel like it's the inverse of Mixtape. Constant required input and virtually nothing to listen to or look at. Well, I guess it is a challenge. Labels limit, labels define, can't get around it, things need form, yeah. Okay. Oh gosh. Google says a video game is distinguished from mere software or passive media by interactive agency, the ability for player input to actively influence the game's mechanics, narrative, and visual audio feedback. It is defined as a playful system of rules and goals that creates artificial conflict with a quantifiable outcome. So I do think in that case, if your only interaction with a game is literally pushing your character from point A to point B, that's not a game. There's no obstacle in between. There's no hurdle. If you can click on this button and there's only one button, there's not even choice there. So maybe that's another aspect of it, is this game mixtape did not even have choice. You push the button and then that is your interactiveness. So maybe there will be other aspects like a choose your own adventure, circling back to that, where choice is the obstacle. And I'm making this up as I go. This is vocalization of thoughts. If you disagree, you're welcome to disagree. I'm literally thinking of this on the spot. But maybe that's where something like Detroit Become Human could be leaning more towards a game rather than a story because of the choice aspect. The choice being the hurdle, the ability to fail, the fact that if you mess up the quick time events, then a character could potentially die and you don't get them at the end of the game. Those are things that happen along the way that change the ending and outcome of the video game. Whereas this one, no matter what you do, it doesn't, like, you're following the exact same linear path, and you don't have, like I said, even if you hit a car, it just rewinds. So I don't feel like this one is necessarily a game. And again, that's not a problem. But I do think that there should be this normalization of recognizing what is an interactive story versus a game. Mixtape is also a rich kid's project. It's not even art-driven. Talent and skill didn't get that game produced. A lot of money, dude. And I haven't even spoken about my personal gripes with how insufferable I found that story. I was trying to keep it somewhat just factual, but trust me, that game, oh boy. I will say that it does look good though. It is visually good. I hate it. Okay, I will quickly divert into some of my main points. I hated how the characters talked. It was glorifying a lot of things that you probably shouldn't be glorified. And it felt like basically how someone thought high school would be rather than how it actually was, where it's like, yeah, high school, so cool. We just smoke up weed and get drunk and vandalize the entire town. Cool kids. It feels like someone who wrote a story about what they think cool kids are, rather than what cool kids actually were or what rebels actually were. It was, in my opinion, by all definitions, cringe. I hated how they spoke, and it wasn't even in a like, oh my god, like this is nostalgia or anamoya. It was someone writing how they think teenagers speak rather than how they actually speak. It felt very out of touch. And there's nothing wrong with like wanting to be able to have this idea of sharing your mixtape. Like that's kind of sweet. I don't mind that idea of like this, here's my neurodivergence of sharing all of my music, and this is what this music is. Like that's fine. That's okay. But to be like, yeah, let's just let's go TP. Did anyone actually TP a house? That just feels like something that was done in movies. You know? And I know that people have egged houses because the house that I used to live in had been egged. But TPing? Isn't that, like, did anyone actually TP a house? I feel like that's just a thing that you've seen in movies. And that alone shows that it was like, oh, let me write a story about the cool kids from, like, the Breakfast Club that I've seen in the movies, but not an experience that they actually had themselves. You did? Okay, well, I take it back. Oh, you egged a house. But did you TP a house? Egging houses, I do think people did. Oh my gosh. We had a large box of tampons to a tree, but no TPing. That's kind of funny. I don't mind that. I'm going to catch up with some of the other messages as well. I egged my own house. Why? I hope you cleaned it up. It's an expectation thing, says Horse. It's not a game's fault. People didn't realize it's an interactive film series. But this is the other thing, is that I think a lot of games and game developers have created this genre of interactive stories, and I think they need to be they need to be indicating that. Life is Strange is a good example. I think that there are a lot of people who will play something like a Souls-like game and not necessarily want to play Life is Strange because they understand that Life is Strange is not a game for them. Whereas sometimes I feel like there are games like Mixtape that are not like, it looks very obvious that it is a story game, so that's good. That is genuinely a good thing. However, actually watching it was even less of a game. And for IGN, who are meant to be game reviewers, I know that they've lost a lot of credibility for a while now, but for them to be reviewing it as a 10 out of 10 game, like I said, even from the trailer, you can see it's not a 10 out of 10 game. Okay, Citrusella says, Mixtape reads like an easy on-rails game with a heavy focus on story. I feel like it'd have to have a little less going on for me to consider it an interactive story. So I wonder if... because I'm assuming you haven't played the game or watched it, Citrusella. And that's the thing, is I can see your view of that game based on the trailer, but watching the actual gameplay, you literally don't have to touch the controller for so much of it. Oh, you have watched it. Okay, I take it back. My apologies. But to me, if the movement for 25% of the game, maybe even more, 30% of the game is just a character floating through their... Are they supposed to be high? They never really exclusively say that they're high, but one would assume that they're often smoking weed, right? And so they're floating through space, and the only thing that you can do with this character is move them slightly left and slightly right. That is interactive storytelling. Again, nothing wrong with interactive storytelling. You can enjoy being like, wow, I feel so immersed in this memory and this experience. Nothing wrong with that, but I don't think that we can call it a game, or at least a video game. Maybe you could make some arguments about it being playing pretend, and isn't playing pretend like playing a game? No, you're playing a movie. That's what you're doing. You're playing a movie rather than playing a game. Yeah, they better be smoking weed if they want to be cool. Exactly right. Let me see some of these other ones that I missed. Okay. Oh, did I scroll too far back? My apologies. One moment. On-rails games are just games where you get taken through the game and just look at stuff occasionally. Ooh, okay. Pokemon Snap I disagree with, though, because that one you can interact with the environment around you to trigger other events, so therefore you do have the ability to impact things. Like, how else are you going to photograph the legendary birds unless you have the right equipment? And then you have to do it again to be able to make sure that you've gotten the item here to be able to then influence it over here. But I can see where you're coming from. On-rails games. Okay, now I'm understanding this this term. The only bad move, says Chan, is pretending story first and gameplay first are the same experience when they're not. Yes, yeah, and that's okay. But I think that we should have more of this clarity, perhaps. DuckTales low-key slaps. I've heard this. I haven't played myself. Mixtape about game mechanics. Yeah, well, it was quite a spicy watch, if I do say so. Mickey knows what's going on. Very funny. I stopped playing video games, watching sports because they are a waste of time. My only vice of time waste is YouTube. I mean, I can agree. Like, both as a consumer and also as someone who's on YouTube right now. Steam lists it as an adventure narrative. Ooh, okay. I can agree with this term, adventure narrative. It can be argued that the trailer is one of the best examples of the actual gameplay as opposed to games that just show cinematics and never show the actual gameplay, and I respect that aspect. Yes, but what about your thoughts of not being able to hold, not needing to hold the controller, and the fact that, like, you're just floating. You're just floating. That feels like it is not even an adventure narrative. That is just a narrative. The thing that makes a game great, says Steven, is that it pulls you in when you're not playing it. You think about playing it, we're all going to have different opinions, and that's what makes it great. That's really lovely way of looking at it. Desert Bus is first true long-distance driving sim, and I'm assuming it is very accurate as well. I like to contrast the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom era games with their Hyrule Warriors counterparts to prove that point. Breath of the Wild feels like the cutscenes are meant to give context to the gameplay. Age of Calamity feels like the gameplay is a means to reach the next cutscene. Ah, okay, I like this view. Are you just pushing a character to a point, or are you exploring a world of art and discovering a narrative as it unfolds through the environment? Yes, I like these questions as well, whereas I feel like Mixtape is just pushing a character to a point, which shows that it's more of a story. Again, nothing wrong with that, but it is just there are a lot more of these styles of games, and I think that normalizing them as an adventure narrative, if you want to call it that, I'm just not so convinced that it's a game. The same way that I'm not convinced choose your own adventure book is necessarily a game. You can, I guess, play. And I know that Schmick asked, is D&D a game? Yes, because it has gameplay mechanics. It has dice rolling. It has rules that are involved to create a game mechanic. However, there are some role-playing games that do not have these mechanics, which I don't think would necessarily be considered a game. They would be considered playing pretend. And you can say you're playing. The same, like, if you see kids who are like, I'm a pirate and I'm a princess, they are playing, don't get me wrong. But are they playing a game? There's a reason why the grammar that is used in that context is playing pretend rather than playing a game. And I think that there are these interactive stories that you can play, but I think my personal opinion is I don't consider them games. And others might disagree, but that's my opinion. Detroit Become Human felt like so much work. It was like doing multiple choice questions. It's like, oh, but I guess that's part of it. Is the obstacle is choice. The thing that you are overcoming in that game is making choice. I feel like Mixtape is more of a tech demo than an actual game. Ooh, that's an interesting way of looking at it. And also art. And that's another thing is people are saying this is an art piece. And I can see that. That's okay. You the same way that I know a lot of people didn't necessarily like Midsommar, the horror movie. I watched Midsommar, and maybe it's because I didn't have the same expectations that people had on it as an A24 production because I was very new to this kind of genre. I watched Midsommar and I was like, this is like watching a painting. And I appreciated it for that reason, of just kind of interpreting the brush strokes in your own perspective. And so I would consider Midsommar a little bit more of an art piece, and it doesn't have to be necessarily a good story, it doesn't have to be a good movie, but it's still art, you know what I mean? And so this I think Mixtape pushes more into that regard as well. Is it someone's little art project, you know? Also, hi, good to have you here. A picture book is not a novel, it's not a movie. Ooh, a picture book, yeah. It just is its own thing, you know? I like that. Also, hi. Hello. Games are defined by a combination of structured rules and active player participation, while action defines the physical and mental effort, such as reflexes, hand-eye coordination, and combat. Meaning refers to the experience, narrative, and context emerging from the design. Most games balance these using action-oriented challenges to deliver a meaningful and often non-productive experience. Brilliant. I like this. But is it entertaining? I did not find Mixtape entertaining. I did not enjoy it whatsoever. But that is my personal opinion. I know other people that it might relate to more. But if they related to that, then there's something seriously wrong with them other than relating to the movies that they maybe used to watch. And that's a whole nother thing. But we'll get onto this. Look polished for this game, and it can look polished and still be hollow. Visual quality is not the same thing as good design, and we see that consistently with the higher and higher and in more impressive, realistic graphics that we're seeing. High fidelity is the word I was looking for. You can have something that is incredibly photorealistic and there be no substance whatsoever. I mean, people use AI slop as a term after all, right? I haven't heard anything about the Rich Kids Pet Project, but it sounds like Mixtape is the Vampire Weekend. Ooh, I don't know Vampire Weekend, if you want to share a little bit more context there, Horse. The actress who plays Firecracker on The Boys was the character model they used in Detroit Become Human. I did not know that. There we go. Desert Bus is a joke game in Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors, meant to show the opposite of violence in video games by making games just like real life, where you drive a bus on a straight road from I can't say this word. Tucson? Tuscan? Tucson? I've never had to say this word out loud. Tucson. It was. Okay, so the last one I said was correct. Okay, I didn't know that's how it was spelt. No. Tucson. I got there after at the end, but you drive from Tucson to Las Vegas for 8 hours. You can't even pause. That's wonderful. I love it. Okay, my goodness. A lot of 90s cool kids were just this cringy, destructive smokers. Were they like that in real life? Or was that how they were depicted in movies? Sounds like someone wrote a story about what they thought normal people acted like, or what the cool kids and the rebels looked like. But yes, I think that there's what was said before of it can feel very hollow. There doesn't feel like there's any actual pain, or pain is not necessarily the word I'm even looking for, but actual emotion. I kind of looked at it either that they should have leaned really heavily into this girl being neurodivergent, because they talk about, oh, I never see you without your headphones on, and she's like, yeah, music is a way to help me express myself. So I feel like they could have either leaned super heavy into that, but they couldn't if that's not their experience. And I'm not saying it's not their experience. Maybe they struggle to, maybe they're just bad at expressing themselves through art. Because don't get me wrong, there are a lot of artists who are not good at expressing themselves. And that's just a reality. And then they also had this, another character who was having this overbearing parent, and their decision and result to try and overcome that and earn their autonomy and independence was to be a vandal and blow stuff up and threaten that they were going to burn the entire city down. And one could argue that that's just teen angst. But this is now, I feel like we're now talking about Mixtape in particular. The glorification of basically like domestic terrorism is not one that I necessarily agree with. And I found myself going, oh my God, is this what aging is feeling like? Is this what aging is? That I don't think that destruction and vandalism is cool? Am I getting, as they say, old? And then I thought about it a little bit longer and I went, no, this was made by adults. If it were made by kids, or if it were kids doing it, I'm like, oh, I can't believe kids find this cool. So, for example, some of the TikTok trends, I'm like, okay, whatever. But this was made by adults. And they decided that every single chapter, the kids are going to be smoking and drinking and talk about how are we going to get some drugs? How are we going to get some drinks? Like, that is the one goal that they have, to get absolutely smashed. And they're like, oh yeah, I love getting smashed. And so it's such a horrific coping mechanism. It would be okay if it's like this was what their reality is, and then there's that something deeper where it's like, oh shit, like this is what they're struggling with. This is how they've ended up in this position because they're struggling with the world. But no, it was just, this is so cool, partying, yeah, oh my god, like let's try and make the most ridiculous party. Are you guys partying, dude? It was just It was very. It was just very cringe. People writing characters they can't actually write because they have nothing in common. Just a to-do list they got from the internet. I don't actually think it was necessarily the internet. It feels like they were trying to show the movies that they used to watch in the past, and that's how it reads. You know. Okay. At no point does it actually say it's a game, or are these assumptions being made because you can buy it from Steam? It's also PlayStation. There's no assumption. Okay. I think that that is a disingenuous, to an extent, I can agree with you, but I do think that is a disingenuous commentary because you know yourself that something that is on a PlayStation, that is at a PlayStation 5 reveal, like Sony Interactive reveal at conventions and things like this, you can make the assumption and the association that it is a game yourself. And that, in fact, if you're saying that, oh, well, there's nothing that actually defines that it's a video game, further proves the original point I was saying that we should, in fact, have more clarity that this is not a game and not a video game. So your own questioning as a form of argument or thought process is actually proving my point. That because everyone, if they see it bought on Steam or PlayStation in particular, because yes, there are a lot of interactive stories on Steam, but bought on PlayStation in particular is on Game Pass, is implying that it is a game. The assumptions that it is a game, the decades of experience of these platforms having games. It is a fair assumption to make. That doesn't mean it always has to be this way, but that is why, like I said, I would want to normalize this idea of making it an interactive story or that clarity rather than capitalizing on gamers and us making this assumption that it is a game. If you play it and enjoy it, it can be a game. The edge between interactive story and game is clear cut. I'm not so convinced. I think that they can interweave for sure. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up with some other things in the meantime. Retro gaming is often better because they are pure games. Yes, Dante, I've said this before as well. Not quick time reactions during a game that plays itself or steers you along. It's true freedom. And that's what I grew up on. I grew up on platform games, these kind of arcade style games. And so that to me shows more of what a true game is without the story. That doesn't mean that we can't have this beautiful marriage between story and game. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about this. That's what makes some of the best games is having both of these aspects. But I think that we are seeing a lot more people who are entering in this game sphere that are doing story-based things first. Now, I have extra things I want to say about this, but I am recognizing on Twitch we're about to hit an ad break. So I'm going to let the ads run while I catch up with some of the other messages because I'm very, very far behind. I'm still getting used to this Topical Tuesday style. And I do want to go through that. So if you guys are on Twitch and you don't want to miss out on anything, consider subscribing. I will just be catching up in the meantime. But thank you very much for supporting anyway. Ads are a free and easy way to do so. However, if you're on YouTube, then you're fine. You don't have to worry about it. All right, we'll see you on the other side. Mostly sane. Well, give it time. Your opinion might change. More Google slop. While definitions of gaming often center on agency, linear railroaded games remain games because they retain fundamental ludic elements. What does ludic mean? Specifically, the need for the player to input commands to progress through the story or overcome challenges, i.e. interactive stories. But technically still a game according to this definition. Sounds like someone's dad paid IGN to give it a 10 out of 10. There is a lot of people who are saying this is literally an industry plant type of game, and I'm not going to disagree with it. But at the same time, I don't look at it as an industry plant. I look at it as just someone who had connections to make their art project. For example, if I'm trying to think. I've been very vocal about the fact that my dad's a surgeon. And so I'm trying to think if there's something that he would have that I would want to do that he would be willing to help me fund. But it's hard because I wouldn't ask him for money. Like, you know what I mean? That's the difference, is I wouldn't ask him for the money. But let's say I wanted to make a video game. Side note, I actually know exactly what video game I would want to make, but I don't want to say it out loud in case someone steals my idea. And I don't know how I can make that video game. I guess I need to make more, I need to write more ideas down, and then I can find the right people to make it. But I've been thinking about it for a little while. I really like it. I really like it, but I don't know how to make it real. Anyway, that's just a side note. But let's say this is the I've got all of my aspects together. I'm like, okay, I want to make this game now. And then I'm like, hey, Dad, can you give me, I don't know, but it's hard. Okay, I can't use my dad because I don't feel the ability to relate to that. That's just not the relationship I have with my dad. I love my dad. I love hanging out with him. We do trivia once a week just to hang out, and it's got nothing to do with his money. So let's say that I had a billionaire dad. Maybe I'd be a little bit more inclined to be like, hey, can I have $10,000 or something? That's probably not enough to make a game. And my dad is cooler than me, exactly. Anyway, so in this hypothetical, I want to make a video game. I don't have the resources or the money to make a video game, but do you know who does? My billionaire father. And so it's like, why not? Okay, sure. Here you go, honey. I actually don't see anything wrong with that. I really don't. It's just, the only thing wrong with it is that it sucks for the people who don't have that liberty. You know, we can say how much it sucks about taxation and eat the rich and all of these kinds of commentary, but that is not actually the commentary that is relevant to making a game. That is the world that we are living in. If she used her dad's money, everyone can assume it. I'm not saying it's the truth until we get proof, but we can make assumptions. And if that assumption is correct, honestly, I don't care. Go for it. Like, if there are going to be billionaires in this world, they may as well fund the people they care about. And in this case would be his daughter. So it's fine. I just, it would be nice to see more of the billionaires helping out their kids in the same way, Or get AI to code it for me, maybe? Oh, we're not talking about New Zealand politics at the moment. We're talking about Mixtape, the game. Oh, Schmick, I'll get to yours in a second. Okay, so this is also what you were saying about the assumption that it's a game. People are assuming it's a game because of the platforms, not because it's a game being pushed as a game by the publishers. But why use... Okay, so this is now an argument that I would throw back. And this is, I don't think, necessarily having an answer unless you speak to the publishers. Why use the platforms that they choose to use other than trying to market to gamers as an audience? Everything that is done with an intention, right? And so when you make something like this, you have to consider what are who is your target audience? Or maybe in this case, they're so wealthy that they didn't have to worry about a target audience. They just made it. But they made a very clear, they made a decision to make this with a game developer. I believe they're an Australian game developer. They decided to make it a game instead of making it a art project or a movie. Like, they could have made an animated film and they chose to make it a game. And so I think, well, they chose to use gaming platforms. So that in itself is the publishers pushing it as a game. Even if you're saying, oh yeah, people are assuming it's a game because of the platforms. No. The publishers chose to use these platforms, which are gaming platforms. Like I said, though, if you want to now change that to have platforms like PlayStation or Steam or Xbox indulge in a new medium, then we should be showing that medium. And there's obviously a market for it because there are so many people who love these games, like Life is Strange. There are a lot of people, and this is now my opinion, but I think that people will agree with this. There are a lot of people who find video games much more accessible because of interactive storytelling. I truly believe there are so many people who would not own a PlayStation or not have Steam if it weren't for these types of games. It is a huge market and has a lot of potential for these, theater kids who want to also have interactive storytelling. It might not be something that I'm as interested in, but there's clearly a market for it. And so I do think that it is bringing in people into the gaming industry that weren't previously there. Because and that in itself can benefit platforms, that can grow the market, that can grow the demographic, that can grow the audience. Even consider the fact that several decades ago, it was like the gaming industry was essentially purely dominated by guys. Whereas you go onto Twitch now and you see so many women who are playing even Souls-like games, which would be typically targeted at guys. There are a lot of people playing them. I've played them. I love them. I think they were great. I want to play some more. But the reason that I want to play some more is because they remind me more of the platformers that I grew up on. And they're banging your head against a wall. What can I say? That's just my vibe. I like to hit my head against a wall until the wall breaks, okay? That's the kind of thing that I want to play. I don't want to just be looking at the wall and it have pretty colors on it. You know what I mean? Hi, Derpy. Okay. Steam literally indicates as a narrative. I honestly think you're basing assumptions that it's a game just because you can buy it in the same place you like games. Hopefully some more of my rant has showcased that. My point is that I really do think that if you're saying that Steam is indicating it as a narrative, this needs to be more normalized. And I think that you're being disingenuous about me making the assumption rather than considering a large bulk of people making the same assumption. It's on Steam. You think that I'm the only person making the assumption it is a game? Why did they choose to put it on Steam? Why did they choose to put it on PlayStation? It is a fair assumption to make because there is not a normalization of us going to PlayStation to watch a movie. That is not the norm, but it could be. And I think that it could help with gaming companies to get more of an audience and spread out. But at the moment, it is, you cannot say that it is on me to be making an assumption on the game when I am clearly not going to be the only person making that assumption because of historical evidence. And again, I can recognize that that can be the future, but you do not go to PlayStation to play a narrative yet. And that's what my point was, is I want to normalize this for the expectations. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other walking sims or whatever you want to call it. Yes, and that's the thing, is that there's like Death Stranding is considered a walking sim. And so I think that we can, the same way that you can have Souls-like games, you start to understand this. And I think that the discourse that I've seen online, a lot of people are calling this a game. Genuinely. That's why I'm talking about it so passionately right now. So I think that if we normalize it, and the reason why, you know what? I have realized what the thing is. I am harping on about defining this game when that was not necessary. My entire point was just normalizing the idea of setting expectations. And this one has gotten incredibly popular because of the 10 out of 10 label that was given to it when it is not a 10 out of 10 game. And And so I think that we're bringing up this point when there's not really anything more to argue. I have shared my opinion, and we're just, speaking of hitting a wall, like, I can feel that we're hitting a wall. My opinion is that it is not indicative that it is basically an interactive movie, and that should be normalized. Your point is that people don't see that. That's just a differing of opinion. I don't need to defend it any further when I've spoken for an hour and a half about my opinion on this. It's just hitting a wall. It's not actually adding. It's just that agree to disagree situation, no? Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. I started an app game that fully guides you through. Oh, we might be too far back. I don't actually have a hair tie on me. I was gonna tie it up, but I then realized I didn't have a hair tie on me, so I cannot. We're talking about mixtape. Yeah, it's under 50% game, exactly. Okay, where was this one? I started an app game that fully guides you through. It prompts every step. The only other option is to hit an obstacle, which simply causes a reprompt with no progress loss. A game, but difficult set to 0, perhaps. And that's what I mean. Some people, they don't necessarily want to play a game. They want to interact with a movie, and that's okay. I was surprised to hear the game was popular since it didn't seem like the kind of game to blow up so suddenly. I think the reason why it blew up, Dogomite, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I think the reason it blew up is because of the IGN 10 out of 10 review, and then the recognition that it was connected to the 5th richest man in the world. Okay, I'm just scrolling through here. I think there's also some part of me is thinking, how can I put Sims 1 on triple speed and not touch it? And the worst that often happens as long as the house has a smoke detector is the kid got sent to military school. I do remember those times. Even when I was playing the game, they got sent to military school and deleted from existence. But like, The Sims is obviously a game by most people's metrics. I think that The Sims is a game because if you, because it's somewhat of a, there's, if you don't touch it, it is somewhat of a blank scenario. There's nothing really going on. Whereas if you don't touch mixtape, you're still following a story. And again, that's okay. Do you control the character in the game? It's a slippery slope. Do you control the character in the game? Does it advance with 0 input whatsoever? If all I do is walk around a flight simulator at ground level, am I not playing the game? Flight simulator, if you choose to walk around at ground level, I think that probably would show more of a Minecraft style where, again, and this is Sims where I put Sims as well, is there's just like a sandbox. You choose to pick up the spade. Whereas a narrative adventure game, if you don't interact whatsoever and it's still playing the story, I feel like that's moving away from game. And that is about this game in particular rather than interactive stories in general. What about if some little kid hacked into the government facility to play with the nukes? Would that be considered a war game or would it just be a good movie? Jesus Christ, Ron. Okay. I'm glad I just saw your opinions on Midsummer as well. Gosh, I'm so far behind. Okay, my apologies, guys. I'm still getting used to scrolling through. Basically, what happens is when my mouse is on chat, it kind of just stays at that message, and then all of these things build up behind, and so then I scroll, and I'm like, I don't realize how far behind I've gotten. Okay, Vampire Weekend was a band made up of bored rich kids who had no prior experience playing instruments and just wanted to be in a band. Due to the connections, they forced their way into the scene. So they don't have expression, basically. They're just like, oh yeah, like I can technically play this, but they don't have the expression, or like they don't have something they're trying to express, I guess. It's rare when people involved frame their own experience as a story. Usually it's someone else, an observer with their own ideas about it. I can agree with that, especially when you look at people who are retelling older stories as well. But I suppose that the way I would disagree with it is that you can read a story, go, oh, this is how I interpret it, and this is now how I'm going to express that interpretation. But in that's what you're saying is their own ideas about it. Yeah. Okay, context is everything. Exactly that deeper story about why generation would be using those coping mechanisms, but they didn't touch on that Autoloon is what my thought was. It doesn't feel like they were indulging in why they just wanted to get smashed. Like the main character is glorifying like smoking and drinking. Why? Because if anything, it's her friend that's the cop's daughter. I can understand the cop's daughter rebellion. Don't get me wrong. That's the only one that I can understand why. So if anything, she should have been the protagonist. She's the only one who kind of had like a coming of age moment, even though she had to go psycho for it. But I can recognize it in the sense of this idea of, well, sometimes you wish and dream about these things where it's like, man, I just want to, smash a window. But you don't actually do it. Some people do. But like you typically wouldn't actually do it. And so I can see it through a somewhat of this lens of, well, we are expressing the imagination. So Horse said this sounds pretty accurate for 90s teen hanging out. We didn't sit on the internet all day. We went out and partied. But did you also be like, sub, brah? You kind of had to? You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Devil's Advocate. Creativity outlets are based on youthful FOMO if created by adults for those angst-filled teens. Just my opinion on music I listened to growing up ended up with eclectic taste. No, I like that. I'm not going to disagree with that. I like that take. Okay, if you control anything at any point and interact with a game, it's a game that's as simple as it needs to be. So I posed this before. Do you think like a choose your own adventure book would be a game, or would you think that playing pretend is a game? And if you do, that's okay. It's just a differing opinion to mine. And I think the strictness is about just setting expectations. And so that's the simplicity of it. Maybe if you're really good at Mario, you can see it as an interactive story. That's adorable. Good night, Citrusella. Interactive fiction is a genre of games and a form of interactive software where players use text commands or choices to influence a narrative. But in this sense, you're not influencing the narrative. I think that's why I'm harping on about this game in particular. You don't influence the narrative. You watch the narrative. So if you're going to say Dark Pictures Anthology and maybe Detroit Become Human, I can agree to a middle ground there. But this game, you don't influence the narrative. The narrative is exactly like you could read it as a book. That's kind of my point. I think European flavored non-Americans are a little less comfortable with petty crimes. Reminds me of a conversation I had on the founding of Canada versus the US. Okay, I haven't really thought about this. European flavored non-Americans are less comfortable with petty crimes. Well, yeah, it's criminal. Like, why are we glorifying crimes? And this is the other thing that I was talking about. An adult made this game. An adult decided to glorify doing crimes. And I don't just mean petty crimes. I mean, like, proper blowing shit up, you know? I definitely separate arcade from what is called game as well. For instance, Mario Brothers and Metal Gear Worlds Apart. Yep, I can see that. Stop gamekeeping. Hilarious. Hilarious. I want to jump into kids saying random petty words that might actually fit. I think this is just a disingenuous disassociation with dishonestly designated dysmorphia. Damn, Ron, that was a mouthful that I couldn't even say. Dad's a surgeon. Good. I'm your husband. Let's go. Well, that was easy. I have a journal of 1 million video games I would beg people to make. They can have all of the ideas. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. I'm an industry plant. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that. I'll have to mull over that existential crisis. Making a video game doesn't have to cost anything at all. It depends what kind of game you want to make. Yes, exactly right. But the reason why it would cost money for me to make a video game is because I don't want to learn the skills to make a video game. And so I think this is what's kind of, this is why I don't care about this person in particular making a game. Because clearly she's like, well, here's a story I want to tell that is interactive and I have the money to be able to just will it into existence. And I was like, wow, cool. Like making a movie, you know? She could have chose to make a movie and she chose to make it, she chose to hire a game company with this. I never thought I would hear nepotism in gaming. Well, I guess that's what happens when an industry is a moneymaker, right? It's not so much nepotism in gaming, it's nepotism in capitalism, right? And so video gaming industry is making money, and so of course we're going to see nepotism in the entertainment industry, you know? Hi, Luna! They're market to gamers because the games are not movies you take grandma to. She still has to grasp the controller and interact with them. Have you seen anything of Mixtape in particular, Horse? Annapurna Interactive, the company founded by Megan Allison, has published over 30 games past decade. Why is this game specifically an industry plant? Ooh, I missed this one from earlier, Evil. That I don't actually have strong opinions on. I'll admit it. Hi, Yoda. But I feel like a lot of people are saying this is an industry plant because of the high reviews that IGN got it. And if that is unfounded, then that shows that we're using the term industry plant incorrectly, right? Because Stray, I believe that they were that they did Stray as well, and a lot of people loved that game, and they didn't call that an industry plant. So perhaps it is this misunderstanding of what the word industry plant is. I like to think that I haven't been using that term. It was more just I repeated what other people have been saying about this rather than saying that I think this in particular. So that's why I believe I don't have a lot of ability to comment on it further, because it's just not an opinion that I hold. I won't be able to defend an opinion that's not mine, you know what I mean? Dear Esther, I've hated this ever since Dear Esther. I'm not familiar with Dear Esther, but I hated this argument of these games aren't games because of my arbitrary made-up rules. So it is okay to like an interactive narrative, but I feel like it is also dismissive of why people are not seeing them as games, Horse. And especially when you see the genesis of where video games have come from and the difference to what they are now. And if you're someone who is seeing a lot of these types of games, and yes, I will use your term games, and you're not necessarily, and you're feeling like you're in this shared space and you're not having games that you enjoy, even though you've been playing it for decades, I can understand why people are disenfranchised by these types of games that are not made for them. I, by no means, am arguing that these games shouldn't be made. The only thing that I am arguing is a clear expectation of these games and a shift in social mentality around these games as well, if we want to call them games. I love these kinds of games a lot. And exactly, that's the thing. Is okay, it's a game for you. I wouldn't necessarily call it a game. And I'm not saying that to elicit a reaction. It is just simply my opinion. I think there's nothing wrong with it being an interactive story and enjoying it as an interactive story. I don't think this one in particular was very interesting. I don't think the story was very good. I don't think the characters were very relatable. I don't think that they had a lot of depth to them. I think that those are now my opinions, the same way that I can review a movie on that game. And I just feel like that is where the separation is. I am very far behind on chat, Derpy. Like I said earlier, I'm still understanding my balance of keeping up with chat, and I don't do a good job of it at the moment. But I cannot practice it until I do more of it, basically. In the same vein that there are simple and complex and intelligent machines, we can classify gaming media the same way for this argument. There are levels to this where it's not chess versus football versus World of Warcraft, but where they all intersect with each other in a Venn diagram. I like that. Yeah, we need the Venn diagram. Yeah, okay. Big deal if she used dad's money to make it. If you have the resources, why wouldn't you? Yeah, I don't really care. They're just games. There's no benefit to this argument for anybody. I disagree. I think it would be an incredible benefit for me, Horse. And the only reason that this argument is being had is because a lot of people agree with me. And a lot of people hold the same view. If you don't have that view, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that I'm actually being a lot more charitable by understanding that these can be stories that are made and people can tell these, whereas a lot of people are like, these shouldn't exist in this space. But I do think that it is pulling the wool over your eyes if you think that that it's just haters being haters. It is people that are recognizing that there are games, like that there are expectations that this is a 10 out of 10 game, a 10 out of 10 game, and not wanting to indulge in that dishonesty. 10 out of 10 game, by the way. I think anyone who even likes interactive games, narrative adventure games, there are few people who would be able to call that a 10 out of 10 game. Okay, so Horse, this is not actually what I was saying earlier was that I feel like we should normalize this idea of having a clearer label. Maybe you missed the point where I said, if you want to say it's a game, I am okay with that. What I would like is a clearer distinction that there is not just pooling this in with how other people would typically have it. Okay. I feel like the older you get, the more susceptible you are to hiking. Oh wait, this was different. We will move on from this one. Is a story built with a game engine? I don't think that means you have to class it as a game. So how come it is classed as a game? See now, so I think this is another thing that is very difficult for me to manage, is if I am reading comments that are saying, oh yes, it doesn't have to be classified as a game, but then others are saying, no, it must be classified as a game, and it's not that deep. So I want to make sure that we are understanding that that can be hard for me to juggle as well. Okay, so arguably it's cheaper to build a story on a game engine than going through animation. Really? Okay, I did not know this.
I'm doing
Hi,
my part.
Lugoth. Where are we? Hi, Joe. Good to have you here. Sorry, guys. I am just trying to think through. Fred says, fun fact, you can't hack the nukes. You need a system of keys and codes. Well, okay, well, this is about what we're talking about with the nukes. Reading a book is just staring at a tree and hallucinating. That's very funny. I like this. I like this. I don't even need to take it to books or imagination. We can stay on video games. If you interact with the controller and stuff happens on the screen, it's a game to me. And that's the thing, is it's allowed to be a game to you, but just because it's a game to you doesn't mean that you have to define that as a game for other people. I think that's where it is. And if that is causing like a reaction, I think it is one of those things where it's just like, well, you're not going to be able to convince this person otherwise. I feel like I'm pretty charitable to be like, whatever, if you want to call it a game, call it a game. I don't feel like I need the... and I posed my idea of if it's a game as not a rhetorical. I said that pretty much very, very early on. I posed it as not a rhetorical. I pose that as a, how do you feel about this? And if you feel it is a game, then that's fine. But other people, like myself, if this were now shown to me and then I play this, I would be severely disappointed. And I say this is someone who watched the whole thing. If I played that game live on stream, I would not be having fun. And that's okay, because for other people, it might be fun. But it is because I have this expectation that I will be able to have obstacles, have challenges. That one is not having obstacles nor challenges. It's simply watching a story. And having that clarity, I do think benefits. Fez. I don't know what Fez is. Sorry, Boba. I think I have a good separator. If you don't need a story like in Mario Brothers, you just play it and become the character and you situate yourself in the world more mechanically and visually than mentally. If you get more backstory than that, it starts to feel as observed as it is played and more mental. Yeah, I could understand that. But I do think that bringing Super Mario Brothers or similar is a good example as well, where it shows that it can be a game without a story. And so others are arguing it can be a story and still a game. And I'm not necessarily on that. I'm closer to the lack of story being a game than the interactive story is a game. I haven't seen mixtape besides the tongue thing. Yes. But the tongue thing, I'm just kind of like, okay, this was a choice to be shocking. It's so early in the game that it's a bit of a shock value to help with its marketing is whatever. I don't know how much you could actually control the tongue because I wasn't holding the controller in this playthrough. I think that you have to go through that scene for it to end, essentially. From memory. Just on that point in particular. A girl who has her opinions. Gross. The discussion is basically, are games that require little to no input from the player games? And that's the thing, is we answered that 2 hours ago. Some people say yes and some people say no. I think that's why I'm getting frustrated, because I'm like, we've already covered this. And so maybe it's people coming in and out of it, and that seems to be the cyclical thing that's coming up, and that's why I kind of tried to call it out, where it's like, it's okay that some people say yes and some people say no. And it is that recognition that people are on other end of the spectrum. You can argue what you want, but I don't want it to, like, I think that's where my frustrations are coming from, the cyclical nature. The first game I made, you had to move a little triangle around and have it throw a ball into a hoop. That's a game! Hell yeah! I like that a lot. Pong, I guess, being like some of the original ones. We have a hot argument. These are media theory questions we face right here, right now. Yeah, you guys. I saw you guys were talking about the Blizzard employee. I don't know anything about that one, though. If things like Mixtape didn't exist in the space, we wouldn't have anything to make fun of. Okay, so they should exist as games. You know what, Kiwi Man? Out of everything I've heard, you have given me the best example of why it should be a game, so we can clown on it so that we can appreciate other games more. I just wanted to make for my first game Crazy Chess. Cute. I like that. That, you know, that's got some modes there.
Part.
Am I from the future? Definitely. Okay, where were we? I legitimately want the explanation. Not calling this a game benefits me because X. Okay, let me think about it. I feel as if I have been roped into this idea of defending not calling it a game rather than that being my actual opinion. Because if we look at this conversation from 2 hours ago, I said, would you call this a game? That's not a rhetorical question. And I think that I have found myself falling into this trap of defending a point that I don't necessarily harbor. Because my actual point, and if we come back to what I said, is that I want to normalize this clarification of expectation. Those were too many words. Let me simplify. The point that I had was to set better expectations of an interactive story. A lot of people have tried to argue that those are in place on Steam. I think that on places like PlayStation, that clarification is not as obvious. And I think that pooling it in with the video games and what people's expectations are on a video games does not help this game. If you want to call it a game. And see, even I'm calling it a game. I think that it doesn't help this. I think that it means, even the fact that we're talking about it today, that where there is a clear market for what I would call interactive stories, or as Schmick had phrased it, as narrative adventure games. That would help set higher expectations that it is not going to be in the same idea of like a Souls-like game, and an industry that is dominated by people who play these platformers or maybe these more FPS games. I recognize that there are a lot of genres in video games, and this is one of them. And that was my point, is that we should be making sure to set clearer recognition of interactive story. If you think that it is clear to you, then that is dismissing everything that I have said. And maybe you do dismiss everything I said. But if that is my opinion, then clearly something is going on. And it's not just my opinion. The whole reason I'm bringing it up is because I've seen this discourse online. So it is dismissive of me viewing it as not being clear enough. It is also dismissive of a lot of other people not seeing these things as games. And so that is what I'm trying to get at. Hopefully that is more clear. Hopefully that is more clear. Who cares what IGN thinks? Yeah, exactly. But that's the reason why this game got so marketed, is because IGN called it a 10 out of 10. IGN has been clowned on for ages based on their reviews. However, this getting a 10 out of 10 in particular, crazy. A game has one minimum requirement for me. It has to be interesting at the very least, even if it has to have one big component. It has to be fun. But what about a game that you wouldn't find fun? You could agree that that is still a game, just a bad one, right? Game or not, it's semantics. We are all specks on a pebble in an infinite void. So another thing that I want to say is that yes, this is correct. But also, that's just part of humans. Humanity. We like to argue these things. And I like to argue these things for a clearer understanding of how other people are working. And expressive of opinions. Otherwise, we just may as well talk about nothing, right? It's like, the weather is weather. However, the coffee is coffee. The whole beautiful thing about conversation is that we have opinions on things and that we can share them and we can disagree with one another. Semantics are what a lot of people get off on, and that is why we're discussing. Yes, of course it doesn't matter. What else do we want to talk about in that case? There are thousands, millions, billions of topics that we can cover, and today we're just talking about this. And maybe next week we're going to talk about Greek mythology. That is exactly it. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But does that make it less fun to engage in? Well, if you stop having fun, absolutely disengage. But I'm still finding it entertaining to discuss. I love a good CYOA, but it's simply a different category of appeal. I'm actually not familiar with this term. Let me see what this acronym means before I go on. Narrative would be reading Goosebumps and choosing the page. Game would be building your own character along the way. The difference between narrating and being narrated to, in other words. But Trickmaster, it's actually funny that you should say this, because this was an issue that I was running into when I started Red Dead Redemption. Is I was playing it more like an Elder Scrolls game where you kind of build your character up and there was somewhat of a blank slate. But after playing it for a little while, I realized that Arthur Morgan comes with literally decades of history that has been built into this character. And so I had to kind of stop forcing how I thought my character would be, and rather see how that character plays out. So for example, there's a I just did the Lenny scene where he gets super drunk. I wouldn't necessarily get drunk in the scenario. In fact, I thought it was incredibly irresponsible, but the game is telling me that this is part of the narrative. But I don't think anyone's going to argue that Red Dead Redemption is not a game, right? So, that is, and a lot of people really like the Red Dead Redemption story. I haven't finished it, so I cannot tell you if I like the story. But that is an example of, following a narrative with gameplay elements and aspects as well. And so I agree and I disagree is basically my point. And the CYOA, I still don't know what this means, but it's basically make your choice. Interactive. I can't see what the acronym is saying. Choose your own adventure. Of course, that's what it means. There we go. Horse, so you keep on saying that we're putting up these barriers. I think that's why I was getting trapped into this idea where I was like, you're telling me I'm putting these barriers up instead of and so that's why I've tried to let go of that, because I don't actually think that's what I was trying to say at the beginning. And like I said, I'm hoping that my expression of recognizing that that's kind of where I was being pushed towards and letting go of that has helped you realize that that is not what I'm trying to do. I am asking what other people's opinions are. You yourself are the one who said these are games. I am not trying to argue against you for your opinion. You don't have to defend your opinion, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to convince you that it is not a game. And if I've come across like that, then that is an example of me trying to get better at facilitating, handling other people's opinions, arguments, whatever it is. And so hopefully that can help you let go of that idea. We're not trying to defend whether it's a game or not. I think it's just kind of ended up in that direction, which is not where I wanted to be. I fell victim to that, but I feel like I am somewhat self-aware that when I realize that I am banging my head against a wall, I'm like, why are we here? How did we get here? How did the conversation end up in this position? Okay, I think it's because I've fallen into this idea of defending something that I don't necessarily believe in, because people are trying to defend themselves when they don't actually need to defend anything. Does that make sense? I think, and you know, you guys can speak for me. You're the ones who have been listening rather than me rattling off. And not necessarily being aware. And like I said, also juggling the several opinions and then seeing where I fall on that as well. Speaking of story, Chess hardly has a campaign mode, and barely any updates is one of the most successful board games transferred to digital. That's a cute way of looking at it. Do you have different endings? Nope. It's very linear. There's no, it's one story. It ends in 3 hours. That's it. That's the whole game. Fez is a critically acclaimed 2012 puzzle platform game developed primarily by Phil Fish through a studio. It's a one-man indie game. Despite the crucial programming support, it's best known for its innovative 2D to 3D perspective shifting mechanic, beautiful pixel art, and intense secret-filled exploration. That's cute. To circle back to the days, the entire story is someone used bioweapons at the days with a Z. It takes place in fictional country between Russia and Belarus. It's a whole story, and it is definitely a game. Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much for sharing that one. Also, Lil Goth, I did see your compliment about me being in this, and I really do appreciate that. I do stream every day for the month of May, but that's all. Okay. You're very solid in your argument. Thank you, Crimson. There's a gauge to tell what is proper game and what is limited input. Yeah, and that's the thing. Nowhere have I really don't feel like I've said that there's not a place for interactive storytelling. If you don't like the word calling it interactive storytelling, I I don't know what I can do about that. That is like, you can call an interactive story a game. And that's why I posed literally 2 hours ago, we can even go back and clip it. I said, is a choose your own adventure novel, is it a game? That's not a rhetorical. That's a question. And if you call interactive stories games, I'm not trying to tell you not to. I'm just trying to make a clarification that is an interactive story rather than let's say bundling it in with other genres of games. So Horse, that's why I'm feeling that's why I wanted to clarify. I know you weren't here 2 hours ago, but that is why I wanted to clarify where I was coming from, because like I said, you have incidentally made me start to defend a point that I don't have. But you have also repeated exactly what I've said, why I know it's not exclusive to the stream. And so I think that it is not benefiting us to try and argue against it. It should be, okay, let's find this understanding. It feels like we're coming at it very combatively, Horse, you and I, rather than coming from a place of understanding. I think that's where it's becoming frustration when it doesn't need to be frustration. It should be coming from a place of curiosity. And so that is why I posed it as a question of whether or not this is a game. And so maybe there has been some unfounded assumptions of my opinion. Yes, I agree. I feel like there should be clearer labels, on the same way that when people are wanting to play a Souls-like game, they have that label. I think that is a really beneficial thing. And I think it would be very beneficial to normalize more of this interactive story. Because I've fallen into this as well. People are like, oh my God, I love Until Dawn. I did not like Until Dawn. It is not a game for me. It didn't interest me. It's not for me whatsoever. And so that is an example of a game that would suit this people who like more of this interactive storytelling. You don't so for example, do you like Souls-like games? I guess let's try it from a different perspective. Do you like Souls-like games? Right before Total Biscuit died, he went on a tirade, about how walking simulators weren't games because of Dear Esther. It's been a thorn in my side. See, that feels like it's something personal for you in that case, rather than listening to a new perspective, maybe. Because I don't know Dear Esther, so I don't know anything about this. And I can understand people who are frustrated about a walking simulator. People don't like Death Stranding for a similar reason, because they're just walk. It's not interesting to them. And so having these terms actually help the game, because it sets an expectation. So people who don't want to play that type of game don't play it, and therefore don't dog on it. Because that's kind of your concern, right? Is that people are shitting on a game without playing it, or just because they're haters, as you put it. But I think that is why putting these games with clearer labels can help the game, because then the people who want to play those games will enjoy it. Your opinion is wrong and you should feel bad because I'm a good person and I disagree with you. Fair enough. Luckily, I have you to tell it like it is. The economy of reviews and the commentary about games as a cultural product is very so much involved in bottom lines of many companies, so they are skewed by definition. Oh, which one was this for? The reading of the reviews. I can't see where oh, maybe there it was. I lost it. I've not read the reviewers. I never read reviews. They're just advertisers. Yeah, that's definitely where they have head for sure. Best movie ever. Quips get a lot of play without much substance. Best movie ever. Quips get a lot of play without much substance, you reckon? Can you explain more what you mean by that, Nosta? I just like to argue. Fair enough, Kiwi man. Of course, us Kiwis and Aussie we have slang words, but we're neighbours, exactly. Okay. Well, next week you can talk about why only you should only wear matching socks and shoes. Well, I don't think that one will take 3 hours. Whose reviews do you listen to? I liked Yahtzee for the lols back in the day. I love Yahtzee. Yahtzee's such a fun game. These days I tend to just look at a few random YouTube plays and see if it looks fine. I tend to try not to listen to reviews as well. I watch people like Moist Critical, and I saw a few of Australian creators who are playing this mixtape game. And so I think of it less of the reviews. Like, I haven't watched reviews on Pragmata. I haven't watched reviews on Mixtape. I simply saw that a lot of people were talking about these things, and I wanted to jump on board as well, and I wanted to weigh in, basically. Gaming in general culture is expression. The problem arises when it's a vessel for ideology. I don't think that it's a bad thing to share your ideologies, because that to me shows an expression of your self, and some people will like it and some people will not like it, and that's okay too. I want a game that's exclusively character creation and average playtime is 60 hours. I believe it. It could be about the disingenuous nature of the reviewers like IGN. Yeah, I could agree with that for sure. For sure. I don't know, as someone who's been a cowboy, I found Red Dead Redemption 2 really boring. Fascinating. Red Dead Redemption will be the best game you've ever played if you haven't finished it. Interesting that those messages came one after another. I am very much of the opinion that I need to play Red Dead Redemption to experience it for myself and see where I fall on that spectrum. A lot of people absolutely love Red Dead Redemption, and I feel like sometimes that love can mean you don't have criticisms, and there's nothing wrong with criticisms. You can have things like being a riding simulator and it still be enjoyable, right? But I have to play it myself, and speaking of expectations, the idea that it's like the best game you've ever played, I can already tell you that it's not going to be my favorite game. It is a game that I'm sure I've started to enjoy it more yesterday. But I can tell you that I'm going to get to the end of it, regardless of how phenomenal the story people think it is. I know it's not going to be my favorite game. I know that. I think that there are enough criticisms of it that it won't be the best game I've ever played. Does it mean it's a bad game? No, of course not. Of course not. Anyone that doesn't think Red Dead Redemption 2 is the single best game ever made is an ADHD zombie. Just stick to 2K and COD. Is that not just so dismissive of the fact that people like different types of games, though? You know, some people might think Super Mario 64 is the best game ever made. Would they be wrong? No, because it's a great game. Do I think it's the best game? Well, it's certainly held up after, 30 years? Just putting it out there. I played it for the first time only a couple years ago, and boy, was that a good game. That was a great game. Spore, incredible. Fun. I love it. Okay, so Horse says, to me a game just needs the interaction. You said Mixtape is not a game, but it has interaction, so you've placed some form of additional barriers up. Yes, but I've also, I have also shown that I can recognize I started defending a position that I don't necessarily have. And I said that if I've come across of that, if I said something, I have corrected myself, because I could feel myself falling into this position that I don't necessarily hold, or perhaps I have had my opinion changed. Either of these are allowed to be true. I will now walk away from this and ruminate and figure out where I actually stand on it. And so that is what I think is being dismissive, because you said that you weren't being dismissive. I think it is being dismissive of the fact that I have acknowledged that I don't necessarily hold this opinion, because I stopped, I thought, I considered your question, and I went, okay, this is where we've been. This is where we were 2 hours ago. This is where it's gone. If there is confusion, I've tried to clear it up. And so this is why I'm feeling like it is cyclical, because I felt like I cleared it up. I also agree. I think we're on the same page. And I know that I'm far back, but I'm hoping that that is more clear now. Although I felt like it's really, really hard for me. And this is just this is something that I have to get better at. Is I can see the messages here as in real time, right? And I can see them here where I kind of scroll back a little bit. And so I use that as a bit of a test of I use that as a testing ground of how far behind chat I am. And I don't feel like I'm very far behind, and then all of a sudden I'm like, what the heck? How did we get here? And that is something that I am trying to get better at. And thank you guys for your patience through that, I suppose. I know a lot of you guys have stuck around for several years, and know that that's kind of just my style. A measuring stick, yes, exactly. And so it's frustrating me. And so I think that's another thing that I am aware of, is I'm getting frustrated that I am so far behind chat, because it's something that I'm actively trying to get better at and failing at. And as you can tell, it's not a nice feeling to fail, you know? That's all. But I shouldn't be upset. I'm just a girl. Of course I get upset about things. That is my emotional state. And it is very hard to be, you know, on all the time. The other thing is that I am not actually upset. I'm just expressing where my insecurities come from, I suppose. Anyhow, working out the kinks. Thank you. Yes, YouTube is on slow mode. It is indeed. But it doesn't help if I'm just far behind. Morning, shopper. Okay. Yeah, Xbox Game Pass is a good deal, I agree. I feel like I saw some biases, but I wonder if augmented reality gameplay is actually a healthier move if people are investing a lot of their life force into it, maybe. I think that it has a place for it, yeah, for sure. But I guess that's another example. Virtual reality, there's that is an entire genre that people can indulge in. I have no interest in virtual reality whatsoever, and it's nice because if something has the tag virtual reality, I know what's going to be going on. I don't have to worry about this thing. I don't have to worry about engaging in something that I don't want to engage in. There we go. Okay, I think Witcher 3 is the GOAT and Red Dead Redemption 2 is the next best of all time. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is the best story of any game. And that is one that I could potentially concede on. I could get to the end of Red Dead Redemption 2 and go, wow, that was the best story. Blows The Last of Us, which is touted as an amazing story, out of the park, like out of the water. Like, maybe I will have that opinion, but I can tell you I will not think it's the best game. Because, do you know why? I will not forget the beginning of the game and the growing pains. But you can also have growing pains and it still be a good game. We do need a more explicit definition of what a game is, especially as things like virtual reality are starting to blend with movie genre as well. Interactive stories can be a different thing, and that's okay. Mike, that's how I feel. That is genuinely how I feel. You have succinctly put the 2 hours of yapper into a very well put paragraph. A lot of other people would disagree. And that's also okay. But that's how I feel, is I don't think that there's anything wrong with okay, maybe Horse, I know that we're somewhat on the same page now, but I'm going to use you as my litmus test. That was the word I was trying to say earlier. Sorry. Litmus test was the word I was trying to say when I talk about like the variation here. And I am not asking you this as a representation of people who call interactive stories games. I just want to know your opinion in particular because I value your opinion. I know. Don't let it get to your head. Don't let it get to your head. We're cool. We're chill. We're chill. But I think that this is actually an interesting one to pose for someone who holds your opinion, is my point. is what is wrong with, like, think about it in the reverse. Instead of worrying about trying to not label an interactive story as a game. So, because that's where the frustration was. You were talking about Dear Esther, for example, and walking sims not being games. And like you say, a lot of people hold these opinions. We're not arguing that. Let's look at it in reverse. What is wrong with calling something like Mixtape an interactive story instead of a game? Because I feel like interactive story is an incredibly accurate term for this game. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. And you can still call it a game, but we're taking that hypothetical away for now. Obviously, that's not the reality. We recognize that's not the reality. But as a thought experiment, what is wrong with labeling something like Mixtape? I don't know, Dear Esther, but maybe the Duck picture anthologies, even theoretically Detroit Become Human as well. What is incorrect with, what would be wrong with calling them a narrative? Yeah, the narrative game maybe? Interactive narrative game, but yeah, an interactive story. So as an example, what was that Black Mirror episode? Do you guys know the one I'm talking about, which was a choose your own adventure? I think it started with a B. Bandersnatch. Thank you. I knew you guys would know. And this again is not a rhetorical. Is Bandersnatch a game? How would you define Bandersnatch? Some people might say game, some people might not. It can be, and this is where opinion comes in, right? I feel like that's the case. Nora, but yeah, that's what I think. There's nothing wrong with it. And by the same token, Horse can say it is also a game. I'm not discounting that, but I am saying if we take that out, there's nothing wrong with calling it an interactive game. And like I said, I actually think it helps because it sets expectations. Now, on Twitch, we are about to hit an ad break. I do apologize. So those will run for a few minutes and then we'll continue on the other side. I'm just going to try my best to catch up and we'll chat in the meantime. Piracy is held back because Steam exists. Piracy is not a cost issue. I know that you wanted to talk about the price of games, but I purposely ignored that one. It is a service issue. And so, for example, the reason why a lot of people used Netflix for a long time is because it was providing a good service. The reason why people are moving back to piracy now is because of how many streaming platforms there are that now are holding exclusive rights to various movies, shows, and it is ridiculous to now be able to pay for all of these. It's unaffordable, right? So of course the natural progression is to go back to piracy. And so similarly, that I think is why we don't see as much piracy. Of course it still exists in the video game industry, but I don't think we see as much because we have decent services. I think for console gaming, there's a little bit more of that's kind of what has to happen. But for Steam, for PC gamers, I do genuinely believe that there's less piracy, especially on PC when it's easier to pirate than it would be for a console. Not impossible, obviously. Please don't insult us with these kinds of things. It's not impossible, but on PC, it would theoretically be easier to pirate. And yet I feel like there's less piracy because than say movies, because there is a great service in things not only with Steam but like GOG and even Epic Games. All of these kinds of things aid the legal purchases of these games. Yeah, and you can get the refund again. Service. And so that's my little idea on PCs. Okay, Trick said a semantic opinion on my part. A complex game does have the option to either be both narrative styles. I just wanted to comment on the comparative opinions between different category of media. No, you're well and truly. Oh, Trick might be stuck behind the ads, but if Trick, you can hear me, I think that your opinion is very founded. You're able to recognize that it's kind of like me. I feel like VR has to be terrible for your eyes to, like, I get yelled at for 10 years if I sit too close to the TV. I think like anything is moderation, right? Sometimes at Zombieland, I have to watch out for those ones holding their cell phone by their nose and crossing the road without looking. Ay, Okay. I think Telltale Games said, Alex, like Walking Dead, have enough gameplay to be games as well as interactive stories. Telltale, this is the first time this has actually come up in this whole conversation. Telltale is a really good way of categorizing a series, or rather a game, let's say, with understanding the expectation it's going to be story first. You know? I don't know Shark Dash as well. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. People don't spend enough time looking at the horizon. As someone who used to work at the optometrist, you're absolutely correct, Fred. You are so correct. The best thing you can do if you're getting headaches when looking at a screen is to look at something very, 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 very far away. We do have different types we like to play, indeed. I didn't like Until Dawn either. I think it and the Dark Pictures games are overrated. I started playing The Quarry, and it was one of the few games that I had to rage quit. But you do like Telltale Games and Life is Strange, and Heavenly Rain more. I still need to play with Detroit. Yeah, Detroit I really, really like. But this is the thing, is having these somewhat interactive story games. I will continue to use this term because, you know, you're allowed to change my opinion. Interactive story games, there are going to be good ones and bad ways. The same way that some people will say they never want to play turn-based games, and then they play Claire Obscure Expedition 33 and go, wow. Now I like a game that has turn-based elements in it. There can be good and bad within the genres, and I think that there are plenty of interactive stories that are good and some that are really, really, really bad. Souls games are your favorite, Fred. There we go. Jeremy doesn't like Red Dead Redemption. I just saw this as well. It's the most boring game, even though it's one of the coolest games. I like that. It's like, it's you know, there's a lot of riding around, but it's stunning. It is stunning. Is Prince of Persia a Souls-like game? Ooh. I would have to play it to know. I think that it would fall closer to, and correct me if I'm wrong as someone who hasn't played it, would it be more like Assassin's Creed style? What would you call that? Action. Okay. I don't know, Lost Crown. Are video games art? Yes, video games can be art for sure. The same way like movies can be art as well. But is every single movie art? Well, now the word art is just being subjective, you know, where it's like, this is a masterpiece. This is a work of art. And I said this myself as well. I saw you guys comment on the fact that I called Midsommar a painting. I think that you can create a movie and it not be art, but then at the same time, do you call bad art also art? And then that comes into the semantics and the etymology of how you use or the linguistics of how you use the word art. Because if you're saying this is art, you're already skewing it in a direction that is implying that it is positive, good, impressive. It's leaving an impression. And if it's bad, it wouldn't do those things. But you could also draw something right now and it look really shit, right? Is that now not art? Portal 2 was not my favorite game. Portal 1 I preferred over Portal 2, but I did like Portal 2. Hi, Georgie. Okay, I'm going to try and get through all of these because I have been skipping over some of them, which is good. Super Mario 64 is the best game. The dialogue where the king bum surrenders to Mario because of his mustache being more powerful was touching. I really liked Mario 64. Myst was your favorite game. Nice, Davey Andy. I haven't played it myself. Okay, Corey, maybe you should put them in the Discord because that way I can just read them. But I am reading them here. I just want to keep somewhat on topic. Hi, Adam. Why can't I scroll past your lives? You're very clickable. Thank you. That's really kind. I actually genuinely really appreciate it. Nobody in the chat is going to be as upset as I am in the these aren't games topic. Yeah, but that is also something that you can recognize as a feeling that you have. And I'm not just, I hope I don't come across as I'm discounting or dismissing your feeling. It's just that recognition that it might be a little bit more emotionally charged. And I don't want to fall into this, too much, you know? If it helps if chats tags their comments with which conversation, no, it won't be. It won't be helpful. It's just me. I think the thing is that it's more about the recognition that I can't read every single message, and that makes me feel sad. But it's part of it, you know. Just learned how to articulate speech better. It took me a while, but it can help. You can turn a paragraph of speech into a few words, saying more with less rather than less with more. Absolutely. Bricked up? Hell yeah. You're engaging with the class with conversations. Thank you. Sometimes you hit topics that more people want to contribute to. It isn't because you're reading slower. That's just more input. That's a really nice way of putting it. Thank you. Oh, goodness gracious. The level and depth of control may have a lot to do with game definition. Like, for instance, a dream can be a game, but usually it is not. That's why I use the example of playing pretend. Some people could argue playing pretend is kids playing a game, or even if you're not a child. Others would say no, by the language that you use, they are playing pretend, not playing a game. And so I think that Boba put a message, a kind of like that Google definition of a game. A game typically will have rules that are followed. And that's what, whereas playing pretend doesn't necessarily have rules, right? It is just a free for all. And so how then does that translate to a video game? So it is it rules that are on digital format? Where are the rules? How is that played? But I think that there might be something to that definition that could maybe help those who are struggling with the idea of what defines a game. I have this article. Thank you very much, Boba. And maybe that's where even my own opinion starts to come in. What are the rules of a narrative game? Are there rules? If there are no rules, is that a game? It comes to all of this. Hi, Zach. How you going? Playing pretend can also end up in rage quitting. Yes, that is absolutely correct. The same way watching a game can have you rage quit because you're like, I don't like the outcome of my favorite team losing. Yeah, you got it, Alex. Okay. A Netflix gimmick is what you call Bandersnatch. That's funny. I only just saw that one. Yeah, I think it's a choose your own adventure. And so is a choose your own adventure. Even the fact that you call it choose your own adventure, it doesn't have the word game in it. And I think that's maybe horse. And again, I want to make it clear. I'm not saying you shouldn't think that these things are games. You're allowed to think these things are games. But I'm hoping that discussing these things will help us understand why other people don't necessarily call it a game. And for me, I recognize where on that spectrum I am closer to games, rules, structures, etc., rather than like I don't play Minecraft, for example. Technically that's got rules as well of like the floor and ceiling and what you can find in between and the blocks and whatnot, I guess. But these kinds of sandbox games where you can just kind of do anything, they don't really appeal to me as much as a game that's like a platformer. I've only ever seen the first episode of Black Mirror. I think it's a perfect way to start a series. It's just so bad. But that's another topic. I really like Black Mirror. I haven't watched the newer ones though. In its essence, still a game similar to 90s. Remind me what FMV stands for? Laserdisc I am familiar with, but FMV might be just before my time. If you watch a deep topical discussion, you've succeeded. And in case you're not seeing the @replies, just know there's a lot related going on there. Thanks, Season Lounge. I feel like calling an interactive story a game, you set up the player for an expectation of things like mechanics and other game elements. Those simply will be absent in an interactive story. And that doesn't mean that interactive story is bad. It's just that and Mike, that's exactly how I feel. It's just setting expectations of what you're getting into. The same way that some people hate Souls-like games. And so it's really good to know if it's a Souls-like game so that you can decide whether or not you want to participate in it. That doesn't mean that all Souls-like games are going to be good or bad. It's just subjective, right? If we want some controversial and personal opinion, what did you think of I Love You, Colonel Sanders? I actually was thinking of Doki Doki Literature Club as well through all of this schmick. I think that these I would put more of interactive story. I would put that closer to that end of the spectrum, especially Doki Doki. I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Dating sims. I guess they're called dating sims, right? The outcome will change depending on the input that you had early on, and so that is why it's called a dating simulator. I haven't really played any others. I guess the Date Everything was one that came out recently. A lot of people played, and so the gimmick being you can literally date anything, a chair if you want. And so depending on your input will change the output. And so I feel like I can understand why people would put that into a... I don't really care about whether it's a game or not. But I think that is, again, like a choose your own adventure more so. Steam is great because over time they have tons of sales, exactly. And so even if you don't get it on release, it becomes affordable later on as well. The studio is Telltale Games. There we go. I didn't realize that the studio is called Telltale. I thought that was a label that they use. Thank you for the clarification. It is exhausting with creeps, but the mods are dealing with it. I didn't even get to the first boss in Expedition 33. I can't stand turn-based combat. And I think a lot of people said that it was worth giving it a go, but clearly it didn't work for you, and that's okay. I think I'm going to play Expedition 33, but I think that's going to be one that I actually play offline rather than online. Have a great day. Thank you, Jessie. The reason I ask is Black Mirror's Bandersnatch a game is because it's basically a choose-your-own-adventure book, which is what I brought up in the first 15 minutes of this conversation. If it is considered a game, then I can see putting it in the same category. Yes, exactly right. So I consider it the same as a choose-your-own-adventure book. And so I think I think the reason I brought that question up so early on is because that I think immediately can show whether or not, like, how someone views a game. And in a way that's not correct or incorrect, it's just how their thinking is. And that is, I think, why I chose to use that as my example early on. Because if you look at playing pretend or choose your own adventure as a game, then of course you're going to look at interactive stories as a game. Again, nothing wrong with that. It just is. But if you don't see that as a game, then that's kind of like, why don't we see that as a game? What elements make a game to you versus someone who would see the storybook as a game? Because I think that Horse has put a really great example of if you are able to interact with it, then it is a game. It's a very simple thing. That's what you said yourself. It just doesn't go that deep. And that's fine. Like, that's cool. That's a very succinct way of looking at it. And it's an easy opinion to see. But if that is not the perspective that you hold yourself, whereas I think that's where some more of that explanation can come from as well, is what constitutes a game. And I think Boba's done a really good job of actually looking up what defines a game, as even linked an article for me of someone who's talking about it from over 10 years ago. And so that's one way to look at it, is like really looking at the definition of it. Others, I think it is more subjective and more vibes, feels based, and that's cool too. And that's why I kind of wanted to discuss that, I suppose. We haven't really spoken about nostalgia whatsoever, but that's okay. Maybe I'll change the title afterwards to make it less about nostalgia and more about what is a game, you know? If it's art in a different sense, even bad art is just bad. True. Prince of Persia is not a Souls-like. There we go. Juicy Fruit Gamer recognizes art. Well, subjective. Video games are the best art. That's so cute. I forgot who said it, but it's all of the arts combine you and you get to be a part of it. That is actually a really beautiful way of looking at it. Actually reminds me of a speech that I had to do one time, which is its own story. So I'm gonna try and remember to tell that story. My martial arts teacher used to say anything you can do can be an art is about how you do it. That's beautiful. Yeah, because some people would look at martial arts as an art. I mean, it's in the name. I just love the little sphere in Portal 2 that just keep wanting to go to space. I like that. Portal 1 is legitimately one of the few examples of a perfect video game. Portal 1 is my favorite video game. It does everything it needs in the time you have it. I am very I'm not sure. Would I call it a 10 out of 10? I don't know. But it is my favorite game. It is one of what I think is one of the best games as well. I think it is exactly what it needs to be. It is interactive. It's got puzzle. It's got a little story. It doesn't drag on. It has obstacles for you to overcome. It has fun gameplay. It can get a little bit nauseating, but that's part of being in that environment as well. So yeah, I think Portal 1 is an incredible game. I genuinely think it's my favorite game. If you play a game once before you find other play results, can you know it is a game? How does that change if you discover everyone else had the same result? Ooh, that's an interesting way of thinking of it. If it is interactive, it is a game. Well, that's your opinion, Lexington. But I think that okay, let me look at another example. If you have if you go to a gallery and the art that you are viewing has a touch screen and therefore it is interactive. So you can push here and then maybe a color will burst and that will change how the colors on the on this piece of art looks. Is that a game just because it's interactive? I know this is a very vague analogy, but I think my point is that some people will think anything interactive, especially for a video game, is now a game. Others will think that just because it is interactive doesn't now mean it is a game. And so that is kind of just the recognition of varying opinions. I also think that because it's interactive, it's not a game. But other people will be fine with it. Horse, I really want you to get out of your head for this conversation in particular about it trying to be gatekeeping. That is not what I'm trying to achieve, and what I want you to look at it is more trying to understand why people don't see things as games. You can still hold the opinion that these things are games, but it's more just of this understanding of where that's coming from and discussing that, and that's what I'm trying to do, is like balance the discourse as well. And the same way that when I have opinion, people will be like, well, what about this side of things? I'm just kind of doing that for your guys' opinions too. Wouldn't have mechanics, a gameplay loop, or win and loss conditions. And so for the interactive story, I guess if it has some of these aspects is where that game definition kind of comes in as well. Shouldn't a narrative gaming category focus on story first? And yes, they do. And that's the thing, is I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that, for sure. I really must employ my local Blackbeard to get me access to Black Mirror. Yes, do it. But there are some that are much better, some episodes much better than others, see Mama. So I haven't watched any of the new seasons. It was games that she was playing with my heart. I should call her adorable. I'm not in New Zealand currently, Zach, if that is the confusion. It's only 11:30 in the morning because I'm now in the UK. Anything can be a game. How they've literally gamified drone operations. Oh my gosh. That is, yeah. I guess you could even look at Duolingo as a game, but that's gamification rather than a game, right? Yeah, but yeah, that is an interesting way to look at things as well. Hi, J-Joy. There's a show called The Premise, which is similar to Black Mirror. I highly recommend it. I've never heard of that one. There we go. Drake, we're not going to talk about near-death experiences. Tuesdays are for staying on topic. Gamification, yeah, I think that now comes into another category as well. If there's integration of points, leaderboards, badges, awards, or choice-based narratives, then it can be considered a game. And so I guess that's where some of this idea of these interactive stories, if people don't feel like they have those aspects, then, and literally the word gamification, then that might be where they're coming from with not calling it a game. My opinion is there is a risk of loss through choices. It's a game, even if the loss is future story. I pick a path. Yeah, so choose your own adventure for you, Schmick, would be a game, right? FMV is like her story. I did play that one, but I guess I'm asking what the acronym is, but I guess I can look that up. My old hang up is I don't understand the need or reason why we need a stricter definition of a video game. Okay, maybe it's me who will need to answer that one. Okay, so let me pin this one, copy as a reminder. Full motion video. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Oh, someone actually did say full motion video. I think 9Fox said that. My apologies. I didn't realize that was in regards. Yes, yeah. Yeah, there you are, 9Fox. As soon as Alex said it, I was like, oh, no, 9Fox did. Yeah, I remember. I did read that. I didn't realize what that was in regards to. That's my bad. Okay, so let me think about this one, Horse, while I catch up with the other things. I often jokingly claim that Snakes and Ladders isn't a game. There's no agency. It's just luck. It's not bad. It's great at teaching kids to take turns and to handle winning and losing. I definitely see where you're coming from, but I guess the input is random, right? Like you don't, but then I guess that's the other thing is you don't get to choose what the input is. Choice versus randomness, but that kind of impacts it. RNG is definitely terms that get thrown around. I think that it can still be called a game, but with RNG aspects, but then if it's own, because it still has the rules, I'll have to mull that one over. But I definitely see your points, Ian. I can see your comment fit. The only thing we should gatekeep are anime sites at this point in time is if it's about expectations for gatekeeping the strictness. This is people research games before they play them. All the information is available to them to do so. That's not the game's fault. So then you would be talking about a societal expectation, right? And so I think in that regard as well, it can be dismissive of if something is on a PlayStation, there is an assumption that it is a game, and by your definition it is a game, and that's okay. But I think that it can be like, well, similar to, I guess, finding, it feels like a similar argument to finding when people are like, oh well, it is on you to check the sources of news and politics and current events. When shouldn't the onus be on those sites to be giving correct information? That's kind of how it feels. But I know that you want to talk about the benefit of having the stricter labels, but I've got that here to save. I just want to mull that over a bit because I think that I am trying to juggle too much rather than just focus on that one question. That is because we'll focus on that one question once I feel like once I've covered other things, I guess. Okay, a blind playthrough is the best way to experience a game. Yes, I agree with this, and I think that Horse could probably also agree with this. Of if you know nothing about the label, then it's like, okay, well, now I am just experiencing it for what it is, and I think that can be a really good thing. I think Horse also has had similar commentary on that. I'm glad you said you play French 33 offline because eventually Kermit and Tree and I are going to play. Yes, so you don't have to worry about that. And I saw Ian wanted the opinions on it too. Games are lame unless they're from Paradox or Total War. I don't know these ones. Thank you guys for all the follows as well. Very much appreciated. I'm interactive. Am I a game? Well, only because you are a player. Yes, Detroit Become Human has a game with multiple endings. Of course. Why play games when you can look at spreadsheets? I do like spreadsheets. The only thing sexier than being spread on sheets are spreadsheets. Okay, not a fan of turn-based combat in general, like Final Fantasy, but it's ironic since I love D&D and BG3. That's true. That's true. And so it's about giving it a go for sure. Even in a blind playthrough, the odds are you're going to at least know whether it's a shooty or not. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think that's why it's good to have the clarification. And so maybe that's where we're getting lost in the source. I think it's good to know the clarification is going to be an interactive story versus a FPS or a turn-based. Like, these are really beneficial to the game to have this understanding. I think you're wondering, why do we need a stricter definition of a video game specifically rather than having more clarification on genres. And the reason that we have these are because games have been more accessible to a lot of different people. I think there are people who are playing video games today that the types of games that came out in the 80s and 90s, they would not have been a video gamer whatsoever. I don't think that is a hot take or anything. I think that's just fact. Because as the video game industry has developed and evolved, we do have more genres. We do have an ability to have different target audiences. And so there are people who really enjoy interactive stories, and they can now play these games and they can be a gamer. And so I do think that these definitions, or rather the genres, do help so that you have an understanding of what you're going into. I don't think that we are trying to argue a stricter definition of a video game. I think based on how we're discussing, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, I think that we're just kind of looking at it from a more etymology and semantics and curiosity of what does make a video game, rather than that needs to be strict. I do agree that I think clarification on what a game is, what type of game is, can help a lot for those games. But the strict definitions of video games, I don't think that's the gatekeeping. I don't think that that's the conversation we're having. If that's the conversation you want to have, that's why I'm pausing it. I'm just trying to mull it over. Yeah, exactly, Nine Fox. It's a categorizing thing. And Nine Fox thinks they're games as well. And that's okay. Game stories can be subjective too. Think of all the extra content that seems superfluous but hide a myriad of backstory. If a game doesn't show you the story through the gameplay, does it count as a story at all? I guess I'm thinking of something like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where you don't have to participate in the story whatsoever. And yet if you do, there's a rich backstory. Is that kind of what you're talking about, Boba? My question is, what's the benefit to not calling a video game? Oh, yes. Yeah. So I think I've covered that. Well, not covered it, but I've paused that one. In my opinion, a game, you essentially have some agency. If you're not there, the game doesn't continue. So in that case, you would look at interactive stories as games as well, Boba, I guess. Fill a basket with water. That's also true. That wouldn't be a game because it wouldn't have mechanics or a gameplay loop or win and loss conditions. Yeah, and so I think by these things, that's why people... And Horse also said, like, defining a game versus defining a video game could be two different things as well. And that is what I think that is the core that we're getting to. It is actually not the topic that I wanted to discuss. I wanted to talk about nostalgia in particular, but here we are. We're trying to... we've gone cyclically and repetitively a lot, so we may as well stay here because it has been a while. And so I think that I look at these things the same way. As an example, people who study linguistics, right? My friend studied linguistics, and one of the questions that they posed in their lectures was, when does a cake become a cake? Because basically you put so you have batter, and you have flour and you have eggs, right? These are all singular items, and then you mix the batter. But when you put the batter in a bowl, like, is it still batter? Is it cake? When does it become a cake? When you take it out of the oven, but that's not correct because you put the cake in the oven and let it bake. And so these are ways of looking at language. These are ways of understanding that how we talk and the actual definitions of words can change, literally. And so I think when I am looking at the idea of what is a video game, I'm looking at it through that same lens of what makes a video game. How do we define that? If we look at Pong being the original video game, I'm sure there was something before it, but that's the one we know as the original. That is a video game. Despite there being no story. Boba earlier asked, are sports games games? You get to simulate playing sports. Are simulations now games, or are they simulations? And all these kinds of things. Indica, I don't know this one. I think that someone mentioned it in a previous stream because I recognize that spelling, but it is not coming to mind. And that's a good point, Nine Fox. Choose Your Own Adventure books is what text adventures were based on, which morphed into pure adventure games when graphics became viable. With the walking sim type game is a branch of it. It's all games. So and so I think that so basically we are looking at what defines a game from a social context, and therefore it is going to be subjective. And so I guess I'm looking at it less of it having a strict definition of a video game and more about understanding why people don't call one thing a game and another a game. For me, I don't really care about the definition of the game itself being called a game. I care more about the categorization. And so I think that I cannot argue a point that I don't hold, which is what I've said earlier. So the question was why we need a stricter definition of video game. What is the benefit? The benefit is understanding why other people don't call it a video game. And so that way you can make sure that games that would be touted as really great story games are not getting hated on for the pure sake. Like you're talking about Dare Esther, I'm assuming this is a game that got hated on maybe, or Walking Sims. These are games that are not being considered games, and understanding where that strictness is coming from so that we can categorize them in a way that benefits them and highlights them for what they are, I think is beneficial for those games. I think that's how I personally would answer that. But if you have someone who, I think the other problem is if you have someone who truly is looking at an interactive story, which, okay, it's called a game. But if it's an interactive story and it doesn't have any what someone else would consider game mechanics, why do they feel that way? It's and then you can understand how you can promote that game rather than people now bringing this game down rather than lifting it up. Does that make sense? I think that's all I can do from my opinion on this one, rather than being able to argue for a belief that I don't necessarily hold. My belief from the get-go was clearer categorization. Okay, it's the origin of the whole modern day discussion of what is a video game. I cannot agree or disagree in that regard because I've never heard this game. For me, it would be other games, I guess. So I can't indulge in that, but I think that it would be about that hang up on how you've said it's your thorn in your side as well. LSD, which one's LSD? Okay, I'll have to take your word for it. Good night, Kiwi Man. Humans love to think of things and overthink things as well. And so I think for me, I will... I think for me, it's more of that curiosity as well of like, I just find there are so many people who have had different opinions on what does make and doesn't make a game. That kind of stuff I find curious rather than like, or at least typically I find it curious. So it's like, oh yeah, that's a good point. We throw around these terms, but let's go like as people who are not in making games, Like, let's discuss what that means to us. What does a game mean to us? And like, I do mean that as an individual. And it doesn't have to go that deep. It is just that curiosity. What does a game mean to you? Piss people off. They hated that game for daring to even call itself a game. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I should play Dear Esther, and then I can give my opinion there. I think of Skyrim backstory versus the main story. If you go outside the main story for a game to make a better story, I told not shown in random books you find. Is that still a good story? Maybe not a good story, but a good game, perhaps. I think that's how I would immediately answer that one. Yeah, it can be a good game, but not a good story, maybe. I feel like that's easy. Easy enough to say. Gladys's in Cyberpunk. I also didn't know that. That's cute. If a different color each time... Oh, yeah, that's for the interactive art, but that's fine. My opinion is if there is a risk of loss through choice, it's a game. If the loss is future story, I pick a path. Books. Yeah, that's the one. I was about to say earlier, but I saw someone on YouTube had it already written it. Thanks, Alex. Thank you. If it's completely linear with no deviation through choice, it's a interactive narrative rather than a game. Yeah, and so I think that's the thing, is that the mixtape specifically, after watching it, I don't think that that is having a lot of gameplay mechanics. But that is that game in particular. Versus other games. And so I think it is just more of a reflection that there is more of these types of interactive stories that are becoming that are in the gaming space. And it is curious to see the development within them to have people decide that they want to make that in a game engine, sell it as a game rather than selling it as another medium, or is it another medium already? That's what I find fascinating. Why did they choose to make this as something on PlayStation and Steam as opposed to a movie or an animation? The cost was something that was considered, but if they've already paid for all of the licensing of the music, then does that not imply that they might have the ability to turn that into a movie? It's just a curiosity. Maybe we'll have to go have an interview with the developer. Okay, where are we? Good night. Good night. Yeah, we live in the simulation, exactly. As the video game world evolves, so did the umbrella of genres it offers. Using an unevolved Atari era definition is pointless. And I think that we've shown that we are talking about that as well. You shouldn't make an assumption on what video game you're buying. You do all the most basic research. I think that is dismissing what a lot of people do as well. There is absolutely the fact that if something is being... Yeah, Schmick has said it for myself. If people are showing a 10 out of 10 game, is that not in itself a way of looking at research? Like, and if anything, people could argue the opposite, where you don't want to do research into a game so that you have the most blank slate scenario, right? So that's why a lot of people don't watch movie reviews, because they don't want anything influencing their choice. So I think I just don't agree with the idea of doing like necessarily research, because the idea of how you pick up a game is often through word of mouth as well, right? It's not saying what I do, it's not saying what you do, it is recognition of how a lot of other people think. And I think that's where the disconnect is happening. Is I feel like I'm arguing for other people And I think that's what's making me more exhausted, because it's not even now my opinion. So I don't think that this is helping. It is feeling, again, very repetitive, because we recognize that other people have different opinions. Maybe they have the gatekeeping. We keep on coming back to this and whatnot. But I guess I'm just trying to. I think that I'm trying to answer a question because it keeps on getting posed when maybe it's not necessarily one I should be engaging in if it's not one that I have a strong opinion on. Good night, Corey. I feel you're heading off. Oh yeah, there we go. See you later, Corey. We'll see you in the Discord as well. You can't argue in favor of anybody being upset something they did zero research on not meeting their expectations. Okay, I can tell you that I feel like these things, and look, I am very good at admitting that maybe I can be wrong. The thing that I am getting stuck on is I don't know what is being argued right now, and that's where my confusion is, and that's why I'm taking some time. And that's why I mentioned the juggling of things, where I'm like, what is actually being discussed? Because I don't particularly enjoy engaging in discourse that makes me feel like emotional or frustrated. I don't mind sharing my opinion, but and I don't mind, and I love reading other people's opinions. But I'm finding myself very, like, I'm not sure what the word is. Like, it's that I haven't really been sharing my own opinion for a while now. That's a good point, Turpy. Hello, thank you for the follows, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's get married. Okay. Okay, so I guess, Horse, do you think that I am not calling it a video game? I think that's what I need to ask. Do you feel like I am not calling an interactive story a video game? You're allowed to say yes or no, because if you think that is the case, then I can now share my opinion. I can argue in favor of someone being upset that a game didn't meet their expectations based on little research. I like this a lot. So that's I think we are going in circles. That's why I'm trying to make it very, like, just straight cut, because we've heard a lot of the things. And see, is this not the point? See, Horse, I think that maybe there's a lack of tone because of text, but I have not gotten the impression that you find it an interesting philosophical thing. And I don't mean that in an attacking manner. It's more just a clarification on my perspective of how I've been reading things. I have not gotten the impression that it has felt like an interesting philosophical thing because of the idea of, like, why can't people just let it be? I think that engaging in the interest of it being a philosophical thing would show this, like, okay, I could understand where people are coming from if we look at the definitions of a video game. And I can understand when people are coming from if they look at the definitions of the game. I think a lot of people have put in their thoughts on, like, what makes a game, and then by extension, video game with loops. People have been very good at saying so therefore I think an interactive story is a game. Others are potentially suggesting that they might not be, and it's more like of a movie. And so I think that is where I'm getting a little bit lost of why are we still talking about this. And so that's why I think to keep it simple is, after everything I've said, because although you might not have been here at the beginning, you have been here for a while. After everything I've said, have I myself, and you guys can define for me as well, like, because there is a possibility that I have expressed something that I don't believe in, and that's what I try to also suggest, that maybe I'm defending something that I don't believe in, and so I wanted to try and get back to my cores. And so have I given the impression that I think an interactive story is not a video game? Because I don't think mixtape is a video game. That one I will be very, very upfront about. I don't think mixtape is a video game. But others' definitions, they will think it's a video game. But I don't think I've been trying to get strict definitions of video games. I was using mixtape as a springboard into what was supposed to be nostalgia instead of about strictness and definition of video game. But we have been speaking about video games and their definition through mixtape in general. So, yeah, I think that's where I would start. Do it. Yeah, but Mike, you already know that I agree with a lot of your opinions on what a video game is, so that comes as no surprise to me. And that is just like a very simple thing. I don't know, like Dear Esther kept on being the one that came out. I haven't played this. I can't make an opinion on that one, but I have watched the entirety from start to finish of mixtape, and I think it's an interactive story. I don't think that pushing a character, like I used to play Barbies. I think that that was playing pretend rather than playing a game, and that's okay. That's my opinion. But I don't think that moving a character slightly to the left and slightly to the right personally constitutes playing a game. But yes, there are plenty of other interactive stories that are games. Choose your own adventures. I think this is something I can say. At the beginning, I wasn't convinced that choose your own adventure I would define as a game. You guys have convinced me that these are games. Like whether it a video game, obviously video has to be in the it has to be a video. But Choose Your Own Adventure book can also be a game. And you guys have convinced me of that. I like I said at the beginning, it was not a rhetorical, it was a question. And based on our conversations, I now agree that a Choose Your Own Adventure is a type of game. I do not necessarily agree that mixtape is a game, though. I saw someone say mixtape will be game of the year. Yeah, is the game of the year contender in the room with us? Like, no, it is not a 10 out of 10 game. Asking what a game through the lens of trying to find people differing viewpoints is what mediums of interactive entertainment constitute conventional or traditional definitions of video games. I guess so, but we can put it in more simple terms, right? Souls games so you can have the expectation of rage quitting or breaking your controller. Exactly. You know if you have to buy an extra controller. You know if you only have the one controller and you don't have the money to buy another $90 controller, maybe don't buy a Souls game, you know? Speaking of games, the Eurovision is on this weekend. Oh my gosh, there's a drinking game. That's cute. I like that. All for the categorization of games helping the consumer, they're just also games. Yes, and so we talked about that before. Nostalgia in media can be summed up as richer. I don't agree with that one trick, by the way. I do think that nostalgia and retro do have different connotations, but I think we're too far away to be able to talk about nostalgia in particular. We don't define retro at the time of inception, but during generational and technological skips, for sure. Star Wars Episode 2 is a game for me. Can I stay awake all the way through? That's so funny. I like that. That's very, very funny. Okay. I think I will go through there. Now Australia gets cold weather. I guess they get a break from the insidious reptiles. Yeah, they got her. Hey, Denonasis. I've heard the licensing for the music on the game was insane. I do wonder what's on it. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the music. It's got some good music. Although for anyone, the thing is, they fucked up one line in particular. Maybe video game licensing is cheaper than for a movie, perhaps. Yeah, that's a good point. Or maybe they just didn't think about it because they already had games in the past. So they're like, oh yeah, we've had success in the past with Stray. Let's continue. They do have a pretty decent soundtrack. I did appreciate that. I think that the art style was cool. But I will tell you that there are going to be people who are very, very upset from one line in particular. So there was a girl who was like, "Oh yeah, he likes Green Day," and I think it was Slipknot. I will have to double check that one, but it was definitely Green Day. And then the girl who is like this it just came across as really, really pretentious, I guess, for mixtape specifically, because she's the one who's like, there's a perfect song for everything, and yet the person who listened to Green Day, she called a meathead. And it was like, it didn't seem like it was sarcasm. She was like, dump him immediately. And I was like, ooh. Yeah, that shows that they're not even trying to be like, they just that now we're talking about mixtapes specifically again. I feel like I wanted to talk about that a while ago and I never got around to it. But mixtape specifically, it just, the fact that they don't even want to call she's got a point, you reckon? But I think it was Slipknot as well. So maybe I'll have to look that up and see if it was Slipknot too. But I just think that it's really pretentious to now dismiss an entire individual based on their music taste, especially for a game that is very heavily supposed to be this embracing of there being a perfect song for everything. It just kind of missed the mark. When is it set? The 90s. Thank you, Shatter. And I can't remember exactly what year, though. My apologies. But it's the 90s. Is the game aspect from gambling or gambling? Ooh, I hadn't thought about that. Hi, Rural. Okay. Perhaps the person needs to rue why they were influenced to play the game in the first place. And that's the thing is, the thing is, I for a long time was someone who was like, well, if you can't even do your own research, then your opinion should be dismissed. But I also think that I've changed that opinion, or maybe it is more of a gray scenario of if people are pushing a particular game or story or news or current events, whatever it is, on people, why should it now be on the masses to like, if you get like Schmick pointed out that I was basing it on some of the reviews, for a viewer to give this a 10 out of 10, that just feels ridiculous, does it not? It just feels ridiculous. I think I got stuck on the topic for so long because you were so far behind in chat. You say something in chat responds only for you to read in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a good point as well, Derpy. I do think that's a good point. Yeah, it's just something that I have to get better at. Anyhow, I was confused that you were taking the point that mixtape was bad because it wasn't gamified enough. You have clarified that. Fine. Okay, thank you. I'm saying that it shouldn't be more thoughtful in the choices. Well, I guess that's the other point, is that I don't feel like I actually really boiled down to how much I think mixtape is not a good game. But because I wanted to talk about the idea of interactive storytelling, and maybe that's on me for not sticking to the topic, but you know, this is only our second Topical Tuesday. Music taste when I was a kid was a big thing. We judged each other on our CD sleeves. Making a mixtape is a big way of showing a part of yourself, and they actually cover that in the in mixtape itself, and in a way that I think is quite sweet. So these are things that I can see as indicative of the time. Someone even called me out of saying, well, all you could do is party, you didn't have social media. And so I do think that there are aspects it has. Like I said, I think that the art style is pretty cool. Yeah. If their favorite song is Imperial March, I'd have some questions. Gotcha. Fair enough. Okay. I'm not saying they shouldn't be more thoughtful in their choices. I'm merely pointing out that many people, especially in our current age of consumption, tend to trust certain influence because they have found it consistent. Various influences here having shaken that consistency is bothering people. Yes, see, Mama, I agree with this as well. If you can't keep the story going without completing a task, it's a game, even mixtape. So even like pushing the button. But again, I guess maybe it's more for mixtape specifically. It's about why did they decide? I guess I think that's why I do look at it as more of an interactive story because they decided that instead of watching someone push the button, they wanted to let you push the button to continue the story. And from how you're saying, I can understand you seeing that as a game. But I don't see there being anything wrong with calling that a like an interactive story. And maybe that's where we're getting hung up. Like and Horse, for example, even said that there's nothing wrong with that. It's just also a game. And I don't think I'm trying to, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm trying to argue that it's not a game. I'm trying to have that clearer that clearer example that it is more of an interactive story. I don't really need to touch the controller, and I felt that's why I didn't play The Quarry because I didn't feel like I was playing it. The interactiveness of it was flicking my controller so that I could toss some keys. I'm like, this is not adding to my ability. Like, I don't feel like I am playing this. I am watching this. I am like maybe even interacting. I don't feel like I am playing this story. And maybe that's where my definition of gaming comes in as well. Yeah, maybe that way around, Meteor, for sure. But I guess the reason why we didn't go down that direction is because that's not what I was necessarily going to talk about, and that's on me, like I said, for not staying on topic. Ah, there we go, Azan. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. IGN didn't even give Witcher 3 a 10. They haven't had much credibility for a long time, exactly. But I think that's why this game in particular, Mixtape, has gotten so popular, because we just realized that we're really at the if they're giving such bad reviews and they're continuing to do that, surely you would think that all of the flack they have gotten, they would be able to make better reviews. I just don't know who's reviewing on their team. Looks like game and gamble come from the Kalman root. Cheers, Ian, for actually looking that up. I really do appreciate that. I'm glad that someone was able to sneak that in, because I did move away from that. If you like Green Day and also Slipknot, you're cool. Yeah, well, apparently not. Apparently you're a meathead. Okay. Do you enjoy the feeling of nostalgia in the first place? If so, which media platform do you prefer it on? Ooh. I do like the feeling of nostalgia. I know you're trying to get back onto the topic, but I think that we'll have to save it for next week. I do like the feeling of nostalgia. I think for me, my nostalgia comes from replaying games rather than trying to recreate a feeling of nostalgia. Like, I'll go back and play Kingdom Hearts. I loved Kingdom Hearts. Do I think it's a 10 out of 10 game? Yes, absolutely. No, it's not. But I will replay that for a feeling of nostalgia rather than the attempt at recreating it. So I think that for me, it would be media. There are a lot of games, and this is what I actually wanted to talk about with nostalgia, is it's not just about games. Mixtape was my was meant to be my springboard into talking about nostalgia, and how there are so many movies that are coming out at the moment that are nostalgia. There's also the remasters of games, for example, and so those were kinds of the things that I wanted to talk about. Maybe we can talk about it next week instead. I think gambling might be short for I'm blowing all my money away. Yeah, I could see that. I like that, Phil. Okie dokie. I hated the art style of Mixtape based on that trailer. Taste may vary. I think that no, see, Mama, I can understand it. I think that watching the game, there were some really beautiful lighting and things like that is kind of what I'm looking at it from. But I also, I will admit this, Sea Mama, I also think that I am being nice about the art style because I really, really hated the story and the characters. And other people will love the story and the characters, but I think that the art may be a way of me trying to give a little bit of a balance so that I'm not completely biased because of how much I really like. I found myself watching this and like I had to have this outer body experience to realize my face was like plastered like this. I really didn't like the characters whatsoever, and it was really hard to watch. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna push through. I put it on the background while I was making dinner and stuff, and so I think that the art was me trying to give it a little bit of leeway for a game that I just did not like, and that's not what it was meant to be about. Only 34% of people liked it. But see, this derpy, I actually think that I can imagine a lot of people downvoting that because they don't like interactive stories. And so that is where I would have, I think Horse has probably stepped away, and that's okay. And maybe if they come back in the future, we can discuss further. But I can imagine a lot of people who would have been like, like this game, we're going to downvote because of all of the other things surrounding it rather than because of the game itself. And I feel like if we had, and this comes back to my original point with video games in particular, if we allow for self-proclaimed true gamers, I don't have that opinion, but self-proclaimed gamers to have that nuance of being like, okay, well, this is in their mind not a game, and therefore they don't have to, it doesn't even turn up on their radar, it's just a blip, it's not marketed to them, they can just stay out of the equation altogether. I think that that would help make the mixtape game have a higher score because I watched someone who was like, I'm loving the soundtrack, this is really fun, it's super really gross to do the kissing, but it perfectly mimics the experience of your first awkward kiss, and they liked these aspects of it. I don't, but they did. And that would be the type of person who would give it an upvote. And so I do think there are people who are bringing it down because of this, the lumping it in with all other types of games, especially ones that get so much attention. IGN reviews being taken seriously is very nostalgic. I remember every tape or CD I made for someone. That is so cute. I really like that. That's really beautiful. I love that. Oh, yeah. That makes me happy. I saw Raul was playing Saras while wearing an IGN 7 out of 10 shirt because that was the score they gave the game. That's very funny. I like that. Donald Duck will fight you if you tell Kingdom Hearts is 10 out of 10. Exactly. So I don't want to mess with that. There was a time. What was this? There was a time before iTunes or WMV where you had to remember which song was on which album. Whoo-wee! Yeah, I think that it was very Spider-Verse frame rate, like that kind of animation, which I think Spider-Verse did a great job, but maybe we're getting that repetitiveness where it's not so much so interesting so much. Feel like sometimes we consume media so normally we don't recognize the emotions showing on our faces. Yeah. Your sweetie wanting to balance your feelings to make people who like it to feel bad. Well, I think that today is actually a really good example. Last week when we spoke about Pragmatter, I walked away from that being like, oh, that was like a really cool conversation to have. I'm not having the same feeling today, which kind of sucks. But I think that that is also a recognition of learning about what Topical Tuesday looks like. And so if you guys are in the Discord, please let me know what your opinions have been on today's stream. I think that it'll probably be a mixed bag, but it can be very hard for me to feel objective or subjective, I guess. Well, I feel objective about something because all I have is like my feelings, and yeah, I just don't really feel very good about today. So, and so, you know, when I'm streaming almost every single day, there are going to be days that aren't so great. I recognize that. But if you guys have advice, especially as people who have followed me, especially people who have followed me for years, please let me know. I hope that I am open to criticism, and I'm hoping that today was an example of showing that I can admit when I feel like there is something not working, and recognizing that I might be wrong in a scenario, or that I'm defending something that I don't believe in, and rather than doubling down. I think that sometimes you see content creators who get a comment that then makes them double down, and I don't want to fall into a doubling down scenario unless I actually truly believe in the opinion. Hi, stupid. If players go into a game or interactive story with the right expectation, they wouldn't be upset and spam bad reviews. That's how I feel, yeah. And that's why I think that the categorization is good. It's good camera quality? Thank you. It was very expensive. It's like a COD player downloading Arc Raiders and wondering why people aren't always killing each other. And that's the thing, is that I think there are a lot of people who don't enjoy Elder Scrolls. I love Elder Scrolls. There are a lot of people who don't enjoy Minecraft. I'm not really someone who likes Minecraft, but I don't think that we have the same hate towards Minecraft, even if you are a person who just doesn't play those kinds of games. Sims is another example. Sims has been around for so long, and even like a true gamer, they'll be like, oh, that's a girl's game. I don't think it's a girl's game, but but that can be an example where there's not so much hatred towards these simulator games. They just exist in their own category, and I think that was kind of where I wanted to go. Go with my thoughts is, I feel like these interactive stories, even though they have existed for even before video games, right? And that's why I brought up Choose Your Own Adventure. I just feel like they aren't in their own. I don't think that they are looked at as their own thing at the moment, and I think that is hurting it. Whereas dating sims, there are plenty of people who didn't play Date Everything, but no one's being like, oh, that's not a game. And so whereas people are feeling this with interactive stories, and so I that was the only reason I brought up categorization of it, because I do feel like it would help it. And yeah, it turned into defending what is a video game instead of being curious about what is a video game, and it's just interesting. I think you're talking to me. I was talking to you, but there's also someone else called Stupid in the chat. Oh, thank you. I'm getting 2 hours and 30 minutes of 4 hours, another 50, and you're constantly on. Please be a bit kinder to yourself. And that's the thing, is I recognize those things, but I also want to improve. I think that is, I at least hope to be seen as that a bit of a consistent with personality. I want to improve too. Okay. If players go into a game or interactive story with, the expectation won't span with the bad reviews. Are you home safe? What is with the brick wall? Yeah, I'm in the hantavirus lockdown. It's already hit me, damn it. Stay hydrated and exercise. Well, after I end stream, I am going to go for a big walk. I can tell you that much. But you seem chill even though you're a ginger. Thank you. You seem chill as well. And also child. I also seem child, indeed. No, I really appreciate that, Dopey. I really appreciated your contributions. I think we've disagreed on some things, agreed on other things, and that's kind of what I was trying to achieve as well. Is I like hearing from other people. I like to consider other perspectives, and I feel like maybe I got too into that where I was considering other people's perspectives rather than staying on like, well, it doesn't matter if there's hypothetical people that are not having my opinion. Anyhow, thanks, Brar. We'll see you next time. I'm going to wrap up very shortly as well. I've been snoozing the ads so that they don't interrupt our ending, basically. Yeah, I think that's it, Schmick. Because the thing is, like, when you and I were disagreeing, I still felt like that was healthy disagreement because I think we were trying to see from each other's perspectives, and also like we obviously have spent a lot more time together, so I know that or rather you've been on the stream a lot longer, and so I think that if we're disagreeing on something, we understand that it's not necessarily a personal attack. But it was, bitch. No, I'm kidding. If you didn't think it was a personal attack, Schmick, then you're wrong. I was trying to dismantle your entire person. In fact, I can't believe I wasn't more clear about that. So now... Anyway. But so I know that if we are disagreeing on points, it is because we're trying to find that middle ground. But yeah, I don't feel like I think I got sucked into the defensiveness rather than trying to find the middle ground. So yeah, you've put it well. He was saying you look like stepchild. I hope that's not what they were saying. No Freudian slips here, please. Can you put the Bulbasaur on the center of the brick hole instead of the corner? It's more aesthetically pleasing. I kind of liked that he was just sneaking out, but let me have a look. Oh my god, Becky! Hello. Is that better? Luke, tell me if you prefer that. Actually, that is very cute. I do like that. Beaver Raid! How you going, Becky? It's so good to have you here. Welcome. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Let us know what you're getting up to. It is a pleasure. Thank you so much for popping back in, and also this time with your raiders. Welcome in, raiders. If you haven't come across me before, my name's X Clementine. You can call me Clem for short. I'm a just chatting streamer first and foremost, and today we were talking about, well, it was supposed to be about nostalgia as the title suggests, but we didn't end up talking about nostalgia. We were talking about what defines a video game. And we started hitting brick walls, both physically and metaphorically. But in general, you can just find me talking about random stuff usually. Topical Tuesday is a new thing that we've started introducing to try and keep us on topic and focused. But we're figuring out if it actually works or not. However, we got some new Kiwis in your community as well. It's a pleasure. And if you guys are from my community, please make sure to follow Becky. Becky popped in and was just chatting away one time. I'm not sure how you came across us, Becky, but they've been really, really kind and nice. So it's awesome. It is also awesome to see you raiding on in. Thank you. DJing drum and bass. Frick yeah, you're so cool. What the heck? Becky, you're so cool. Okay, I do have to apologize though. We're about to hit an ad break. I've snoozed them every single time, so I cannot change them. So what I think we'll do is we'll do a raid train. We'll end stream. Ads are about to hit, so we're just going to take all of your community and we're going to do a raid train and pass it on. If you guys want to see me, I will be back here tomorrow, same time. That's what we're going to do because I know you guys are going to get stuck in the ads anyway, and I think that there's no point in me sticking around. That's the one. It is a lie. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wrap up and we're gonna send people on over with Becky's community so we can do the raid train because I think that will be a nice way for me to skedaddle as well. So thank you so much for the raid. If you enjoyed yourself, consider following, and we will have to hang out and do some DJing over in Becky's stream at some time. They're super, super nice, and let's raid on into... Hey, Quali's on! We'll send you over to Quali. If you guys... Yeah, you'll find out. So thank you guys so very much for hanging out, and I'll see you guys soon at Raid Quali. Enjoy. Much appreciated, everyone. Becky, thanks again for the raid. I'm sorry that we're not sticking around for longer, but that's what I mean is we'll take your community, we'll pass you on to an actual Australian as well. Appreciate y'all. Bye for now. Good night. Bye.